Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Seleka. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Daniels.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good. Are we ready?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay.
I should indicate that Ms. Daniels is overseas, so it's morning on her side.
Did we wake her up quite early?
I think we compromised,
Yes,
Chair.
So you're not an early riser. So, but after you are done, you can go to bed early.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Because of the lapse of time, we may have to take Ms.
Just
Daniels' oath.
Administer the oath again.
Please state your full names for the record.
Suzanne Margaret Daniels.
Do you have any objection to making the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You may just briefly remind the public what we will be dealing, or tell the public what we'll be dealing with today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, last time when she was here, she testified on the transactions. And there's a couple of aspects in regard to the transactions, the Tegeta transactions, which involves a prepayment decision of 1.6 billion rand. She took us through that, the submission and the decision made in respect of that aspect. We ended up with her just having touched on the guarantee. That prepayment decision got to be converted into a guarantee on the 10th of December 2015. She touched briefly on that, and we had to adjourn. She will continue from there, Chairperson, and also touch on the prepayment in regard to the 659 million rand that was decided in April 2016. And she will show, by reference to correspondence emails, how parties outside of Eskom, even in respect of the guarantee, even in respect of the drafting of the underlying agreement to that guarantee, got involved in the drafting process, which is what she did also in respect of the submission for the 1.68 billion rand. We will then touch on the McKinsey Trillion matter insofar as Ms. Daniels features there. It's not a long aspect, just two aspects of the McKinsey Trillions where she features, Chair. And for that purpose, we need two of her affidavits. The one affidavit is already in bundle Eskom bundle 18A on page 236. That is marked Exhibit U34.1.
Okay, I've got it.
Then Ms. Daniels provided an affidavit in the early hours of this morning, Chairperson. It has been incorporated in Eskom Bundle 8, bracket A.
so is this other bundle that I've got here?
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
And that is
What
on,
does it deal with?
she responds to certain allegations made against her by some of the witnesses who have come before the Chairperson. And then she adds a section dealing with the Trillian McKinsey matter. And that's the last part we'll be addressing with her.
Okay.
I might add also, Chair, we will touch on the 2.1 billion penalties, but very briefly in regard to that. The new affidavit is on page 1079 on Eskom Bundle 8, bracket A.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yes. Ms. Daniel, do you have that affidavit as well?
Yes, I do.
Is your page reference numbering the same as I have been mentioning? Eskom Bundle 8, bracket A. It will be on page...
I've just got Eskom Bundle 8.
Okay. Go to page 1079 of that bundle. I think the electronic bundles are not given alphabetical numberings. 1079?
I don't think it's incorporated into this bundle, Mr. Seleka.
Not on your electronic bundle.
No.
Let's... You have...
No, it's not.
It's not incorporated. Okay, the pagination, shall we follow the pagination at the foot of the page? On that supplementary affidavit.
Which number would that be?
If you have it separately, it will be from page 1.
Oh, yes, I do have it separately.
Yes. On the cover sheet...
Well, Mr. Selega, I wonder whether we could quickly paginate it, even if it's separate, so that when you refer to pages, then we all have the same pagination. All she would need to do is just put like 1079, 1080, 1081 up to the last page.
Yes,
on the left-hand corner.
Yes.
Then when you refer to pages, you just stick to the pagination.
Yes, I would use the pagination for the purposes of the record, and then for her convenience, I could use the page numbers at the foot of the page. So I will use it at the same time, simultaneously. Is that...
Well, if you think that's fine, we can go on like that. Let's see. Let's try it.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Ms. Daniel, there is a cover sheet which is on our page 1079, a certificate of authentication.
Yes,
You're
that is
starting
correct.
with that affidavit.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I just wish you to place it on record so that we all beg leave to have it admitted.
Okay, all right. Oh, and also for its admission.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
Just for that purpose for now.
Okay.
Yes. When you turn the page, Ms. Daniels, it's our page 1080. That will be the first page of the affidavit.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. The affidavit runs up to, on our side is page 1102 on your site is page 23.
That is correct.
A signature appears there. Do you confirm that to be your signature?
I confirm that that's my signature.
Just above signature of deponent. And the date of the affidavit is 18 February 2021.
Yes, that is
You
correct.
confirm that. You confirm this to be your further affidavit, further supplementary affidavit to the Commission.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Chair, I would beg leave, Chair, to have it admitted as exhibit U18.
I guess what we should do is, since the certificate of authentication is separate, we should admit it separately and give it its own exhibit number, and then her affidavit, we do the same with her.
Okay. Thank you,
Because
Chair.
it's I mean, I don't know, it seems to be separate, although on my documents here, it's on one side of the same page as the first page of her affidavit.
It is a separate document, Chairperson is correct. However, it does relate to her affidavit. It reads either undersigned, and the person's name is there, of South African Consulate General in Los Angeles, do hereby certify that Suzanne Margaret Daniels, of whose identity I have satisfied myself, has this day signed the attached document in my presence. This day, 18 February 2021.
Yes, you see, our normal, the Vice Consul General has also signed where as Commissioner of Oaths. So I guess the certificate of authentication relates to authenticating the actual affidavit, and the Commissioner of Oaths at the end of the affidavit serves the normal purpose that certificate ends. It does. But it does seem to me, do you have it as on the same page as her first affidavit, or do you have it as a separate document altogether, the certificate of authentication?
It's printed out double-sided,
Yeah.
so it's on the flip side.
You see, it's not part of the affidavit itself.
No.
You see, it's a standalone, supposed to be a standalone document. Then this is the affidavit. So I think we must give it its own
Exhibit number.
I think you can just confirm with her, confirm the certificate of authentication with her, and then I can admit it.
Ms. Daniels, back to the covering sheet, which is the certificate of authentication in the affidavit you gave us early this morning. Are you
Yes, I have that.
on that certification of authentication? I have read the contents thereof to the record. Do you confirm that to be a commissioner, well, in this case, it's a vice consul, South African Consulate General in Los Angeles, certifying the contents of your affidavit?
Yes, that is correct.
Who has got the original of the certificate of authentication?
I have the original here, Mr.
You have the original?
Chairman.
Oh, okay, all right.
It hasn't been sent through yet. Chair.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, no. It can be sent through in the meantime, but you confirm, Ms. Daniels, that this is the certificate of authentication that was signed by the Vice Consul in regard to your affidavit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had to attend there in person
Yes.
to have it signed and
Okay, all
commissioned.
right. What exhibit number must we give it, Mr. Seleka, which will be separate from the
Yes.
exhibit number for the
Yes.
affidavit?
Yes, Chair. It will be U18.4. U18.4.
Okay, the certificate of authentication signed by the Vice Consul of the South African Consulate General in Los Angeles, which appears on page 1079, is admitted and will be marked as Exhibit U18.4.
Thank you, Chair. And then the affidavit of Ms. Daniels, which starts on page 1080, I'll beg leave to have it admitted as Exhibit U18.5.
And she has confirmed it, I remember her.
She has, Chair, yes.
The affidavit of Ms. Suzanne Margaret Daniels, which starts at page 1080, is admitted and will be marked as an exhibit and will be marked as Exhibit U18.5.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, shall we then proceed with your testimony? And you could have in front of you the affidavit, your affidavit on the transactions, which is in Eskom bundle 18, page 236.
Which numbers are you using, Mr. Seleka, the red or the black ones?
The black numbers. Are you there? I won't take
Getting
you.
there.
Okay. Ms. Daniels, last time you testified on how the board decision to make a prepayment of 1.6 billion rand came about. You had been instructed by Mr. Koko, as you said, to draft a submission. That submission was preceded by... Go ahead.
That's correct.
That submission was preceded by a letter, which you had also been asked by Mr. Koko to draft and have it addressed to the DMR. You recall?
Yes, that is correct.
That letter formed part of the submission that was submitted to the board in order to motivate for the board's resolution on the 1.6 billion rand by way of a round robin. Remember?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. And you took us through the drafting of that submission, which went to Mr. Eric Wood and ultimately to businessmen.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, the round robin decision of the board was made on the 9th of December 2015. On the 10th of December, we see new developments in regard to that decision of the board. And that new development is the conversion, for lack of a better word, of the board decision, or maybe the cash payment, into a guarantee. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, we have provided you with Mr. Anuj Singh's affidavit. In his affidavit...
Yes, you have.
Yes. In his affidavit, Mr. Anuj Singh makes an allegation that, to the effect that you came up with the idea for that guarantee. What is your response?
Now, that is incorrect, Mr. Chairperson. I'm not quite sure how the guarantee discussion came about, but there was a memorandum from the Eskom treasurer, Ms. Caroline Henry, on the guarantee, which Mr. Singh discussed with me. In it, she set out the advantages of not paying out the cash and limiting the risk to Eskom. It was on that basis that he then asked me, is it possible to do that? And I advised that yes, it is, in terms of the resolution that was provided by the board.
Now, can you tell the chairperson, why did you hold a view that it was possible for that board decision to be converted into a guarantee?
Mr. Chairman, in the resolution, there is a catch-all phrase. I'm just struggling to get to the submission.
Is that the 1.6 billion submission?
The 1.68 billion, so that I can read it.
You have the, if you have the Tegeta reference,
I have Eskom bundle 18.
that's right.
Is that the correct one?
Yes, that is the correct one. The submission...
You just help me with...
Do you want the one to the board or to the IFC?
To the board would be the one that I would reference.
Go to page... Yeah. Sorry, do you want the submission or the resolution, Ms. Daniels?
The resolution would be fine, Mr. Seleka.
Okay, the board resolution then is on page 580.
And this is bundle 18.
Correct, bundle 18, yes.
Okay, I am... Okay, I'm almost there. Okay. The resolution that the part of the resolution that I relied on was the one that said the Chief Financial Officer is hereby authorized to take all the necessary steps to give effect to the above, including the signing of any consents or any documentation necessary or related thereto.
Okay, so for the purpose of the record, you are on page 580 of Eskom Bundle 18. Are you reading from paragraph 2.1.4?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. But then, you would have seen Mr. Koko's affidavit where he says the submission he made and prepared to the board did not incorporate a guarantee. So
No, it didn't.
Okay. Can you see me when I speak?
I can see you now, yes.
Yeah. Okay, what did you want to confirm?
No, it did not. It did not specifically mention a guarantee.
Yeah. So that provision 2.1.4 you just read would have related to necessary steps in relation to the board decision for a prepayment.
That is correct.
We heard from Ms. Naidu, Viroshni Naidu. Oh no, that's in respect of the other prepayment. Oh yes, that Mr. Singh took part in the IFC meeting, teleconference of the board, on the 9th of December 2015.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, did you and him not discuss the possibility of taking the matter back to the board if you were going to convert a board decision into something else, other than what the board had decided?
Mr. Chairman, not at that stage. On the 9th, there was no talk of a guarantee. It was purely a prepayment to the proposed purchaser of Optimum. I think it was on the morning of the 10th, the email from the ABSA person came through, and that was the first indication of a guarantee consideration.
Well, in fact, there is an email much earlier than that, Ms. Daniels. Remember the email that Mr. Koko receives from Info Portal. And he forwards that email to you, and on the basis of that email, you gave instructions to CDH.
I'm sorry,
You're
Mr.
referring to the
Slega.
email from Mr. Koko?
I'm sorry, Mr. Slega and Ms. Daniels. Please don't forget your question.
Yes, sir.
And please don't forget your answer, Ms. Daniels. I just want to go back to the resolution. Because you have given evidence, Ms. Daniels, to say clause 2.1.4 of the resolution appearing at page 580, bundle, Eskom Bundle 18, gave authority for the issuing of a guarantee. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Now, I just want us to explore that a little bit before we go forward. There is no reference in the resolution to a guarantee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, to the extent that one would say that clause 2.1.4 authorizes the issuing of a guarantee, that would have to be on the basis that clause 2.1.4 implies such authority or is wide enough to include that or include a guarantee. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. My view at the time that it was wide enough to include the guarantee, based on the fact that the motivation set out by the Eskom Treasurer, Ms. Henry, was to mitigate the risk of paying out that amount of cash.
Yeah, I would like us to just explore that because I want to make sure I understand your reasoning correctly. The resolution that is said to be required, which I take is the resolution that was given, says it is hereby resolved that the request from the Department of Mineral Resources is hereby noted. That doesn't seem to say much in terms of what we are looking for. In 2.1.2, the Group Chief Executive, together with the Group Executive for Generation and Chief Financial Officer, are hereby authorized to negotiate and conclude a pre-purchase of coal agreement with the proposed owners of OCM. Okay. 2.1.3, this agreement shall be subject to the necessary regulatory approvals having been obtained by Eskom and the supplier respectively, as and when necessary. That might not mean much. So it seems that clause 2.1.4 has got to be read with clause 2.1.2 to see whether it produces that meaning. But I think you also referred to the first paragraph, which says, having had due regard to for the following factors, Eskom faces a supply risk of coal to the Enrina Power Station of 5.5 MTPA by OCM as a result of business rescue proceedings. 2, there is a potential proposal from the business rescue practitioners supported by the Department of Mineral Resources. 3, the solution relates to a pre-purchase of coal to the value of 1.68 billion rand, which mitigates supply risk. 4, the funding of the pre-purchase will be made by an inventory working capital reduction of 54 days to approximately 40 days. The proposal will result in a net present value benefit to Eskom of 238.9 million rand. In conclusion, this proposal provides much needed coal for business operations and mitigates the supply risk and provides commercial benefit to Eskom. As I read this, it seems to me, and I would like your comment, that the steps which the Chief Financial Officer is authorized to take under clause 2.1.4 are steps that are meant to ensure that the conclusion of the pre-purchase of coal agreement referred to in 2.1.2 happens. What do you say to that? Do you think the same or do you think it differently?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And one of those steps was to lay out the amount or pay the amount of 1.68 billion in cash to the supplier.
But But was that going to precede the conclusion of the coal agreement, or was it going to come after?
It was going to come after the conclusion of the coal agreement.
Yes. So if it was going
It was actually, if you
Yes, go ahead.
If you look at the coal agreement, it's actually in there upon signature that the supplier would be paid the amount of 1.68 billion.
Are you saying in terms of the agreement that was concluded, there was provision that the supplier would be paid upon signature?
That is how I recall it, Mr. Chair.
Where do we find that agreement? I just want to quickly have a look at it.
The underlying agreement here is it's on page 442.7, the signed copy of that agreement. 442.7.
442.7.
Let's go back to 18.
Are you going there, Ms. Daniels?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Do you recall the clause that says what you are talking about?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I lost the sound there.
Well, I see clause 6.1 of the agreement at page 442.8. Ms. Daniels, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, clause 6.1 may be the clause you are talking about. I'm not sure. It says Eskom will make an advance payment to OCM to pre-purchase future coal supply in terms of the existing coal supply agreement in the amount of 1.68 billion payable on fulfillment of the conditions precedent set out in clause 5.1. Is that what you're talking about?
That's
And
what
then
I'm talking about.
6.2 then says, pursuant to clause 6.1, Eskom will issue a bank guarantee in favor of Tegeta in the amount of 1.680 billion rand, that is guarantee amount, to secure the payment of the advance payment. It is recorded that the issue of the guarantee will be conditional on the similar terms as set out in clause 5 hereof. Is that what you're talking about? When you
Yes,
said...
Mr. Chairman.
So, but now, okay, what the resolution said in 2.1.2 is that the Group Chief Executive Officer, together with the Group Executive for Generation and Chief Financial Officer, are hereby authorized to negotiate and conclude a pre-purchase of coal agreement with the proposed owners of OCM. Now, the resolution does not say what terms and conditions these three officials of Eskom should bind Eskom to. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
It simply says they were being authorized to negotiate and conclude a pre-purchase of coal agreement. So it did not require them to come back to the board and say, are these terms and conditions acceptable? Can we go ahead and conclude an agreement? Is that right?
That is correct. It was a very open, what's the word? A blanket authority to conclude the agreement.
Yeah, the three officials were basically given a blank check to agree to whatever terms and conditions they thought were acceptable without having to go back to the board. Is that right?
That is correct. That's usually, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. That was my understanding, because when we do negotiate and conclude, there is no need to go back to the board.
Yeah, no, I accept that if
to conclude.
I accept that if the board gives you the authority to negotiate and conclude an agreement, you have no obligation to go back to the board. That would be, I guess, on the basis that the board has confidence that the three officials knew what they were doing and that they would act in the best interest of Eskom, I would imagine. Would you agree? That such a blank check, as it
Yes, I
were,
agree with that.
would be given on that understanding, generally speaking.
Yes, in general, Mr. Chair, that would be the understanding.
Yes. And then what they then went on to do, the three officials, I assume, was to go and conclude an agreement which said Eskom should issue a guarantee. That is clause 6.2, I think. That
Yes.
is right. And it may well be that once the board had given them that wide authority, that the board should not complain if they issued a guarantee. But the resolution, by the mere fact that it authorized the three officials to conclude a pre-purchase of coal agreement, which I understand to be a prepayment, did that not necessarily imply that the agreement that the three officials were authorized to conclude was an agreement that allowed a prepayment, a payment for coal before coal was delivered?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it in effect was the payment of cash, upfront cash of 1.68 billion.
Yes.
To the supplier. If you strip away all the legalities.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Not the legalities, the wording.
Yeah.
What it effectively meant is that the board authorized upfront cash payment of 1.68 billion.
Yes. And therefore, the issuing of a guarantee in favor of Tegeta in circumstances, if this interpretation is correct, in circumstances where the resolution authorized, in effect, the payment of cash, the payment to be made, was no worse than what was authorized. And actually, I'm not sure, it might have been, if they had taken cash and given it to Tegeta, to this amount, they would have acted within the resolution. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Chair, that is correct. And that is why, you know, the issuing of the guarantee, as strange as it may seem, was actually a better risk mitigation factor for Eskom, because can you imagine, had we paid the money in cash over to the supplier, there would have been greater issues.
Yes.
So it is for that reason that, you know, when Ms. Henry, she put it in a memorandum, and you will see from her memorandum that she actually says it's better for Eskom. And I supported that within the ambit of what was provided, because it was a better option for Eskom to hold on to the cash than to give it to a supplier, because we would have given 12 months of cash, actually.
Issuing the guarantee as opposed to paying cash certainly didn't put Eskom in a worse position than Eskom would have been if cash had been paid in advance.
That's correct, and that was the reasoning that we adopted.
Mr. Slega, I wanted to just explore this.
Yes, Chair.
You are free to explore it further, and feel free to indicate anything that might indicate a different interpretation or understanding.
Yes. That's all right, Chair. Ms. Daniels, let's see this, because you see, we need to just get the facts right. When Tegeta was concluding a sale agreement with Oak Bay OCH, the business rescue practitioner says in his affidavit, that's Mr. Marston, that the consortium of banks required Tegeta to show that it has sufficient funds to do the deal, to pay the 2.1 billion purchase price. That's on the one hand. Now, Tegeta seems to have not had, and I say seems, you can comment on that, not to have had the funds required. What then happens is, early on the 10th of December 2015, and this is immediately after midnight, Chairperson, you see that email that comes from a businessman, is sent to Mr. Koko, and it sets out what essentially became the terms of a guarantee to be issued by Eskom in favor of Tegeta. So the memorandum and what happens thereafter is preceded by that communication, which is forwarded to you by Mr. Koko, on the basis of which instructions are given to CDH. So comment on this, because based on those facts, it would seem that even the idea of a guarantee did not originate from Eskom's officials. It seems to have come from outside of Eskom in order to do what presumably Ms. Marsden is saying. Tegeta needed to demonstrate that they have sufficient funds to do the purchase of OCH. Your comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, based on the communication, yes, it did come from outside. But I think in our execution, it was better for Eskom to issue the guarantee. I just can't remember the timing, Mr. Seleka, if you can just show me the email.
Yes.
I think it came on the morning of the 10th as well.
Yes, I'm going to give you that page reference. That is page 724 of Eskom Bundle 18.
724.
724, Chairperson.
No, but this one can't have.
Bundle 18. 18A.
Bundle 18 can't go to 7 something, goes up to 597, black numbers.
The black numbers.
My one.
18A?
Yes, it is 18A.
You are there, Chairperson? Okay. Oh.
No, I'm not on the page you're talking about. I'm saying I have got bundle 18A, but it doesn't go to page 700 and something. The last page is 597.
Oh. It's in, my junior says it's 18B, Chair. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
724. Well, it's the same email on 723. Ms. Daniels, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So the email, the one below from Businessman, dated 2015-12-10 at 00.15. To Machela 2010, the subject is two-pager. Two-pager between Tegeta and Eskom, salient facts. Eskom will provide bank guarantee.
Salient points.
Salient points. I
Yeah.
beg your pardon, Chair. I beg your pardon.
To the extent that it makes a difference. But in
Yes.
terms of what is written here.
Salient points. Eskom will provide bank guarantee for 1.68 billion. Chairperson, let me accelerate this, because if you turn the page, Ms. Daniels, when you go to the next page, which is page 725, it's Ms. Daniels' email to Mr. Rishabhan Mutli of CDH. That's on the 10th again of December 2015, but this time it's at 8:42. And Ms. Daniels says, please call me. I need your assistance in drafting this agreement. Urgent time pressure. I need the draft by 1200. Then, Chairperson, the two-pager is on the next page, which is page 726. Ms. Daniels, you are following, huh?
Yes, I am following, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Then there's the two-pager between Tegeta and Eskom salient points. And we can compare point for point, Chair. What you see in the email, which goes to Mr. Koko, and this two-pager which is sent to the attorneys.
Yes, I wrote here previously when one of the witnesses was giving evidence, compare this document with the one at page 724. So I think we compared it on
That's
that
correct.
occasion.
That was Ms. Daniels, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember that, Mr. Silega, the point which I wanted to clarify with Ms. Daniels
Yes.
Was simply about whether the issuing of a guarantee was authorized by the resolution and nothing else.
Yes.
So the question of who the idea of a guarantee came from,
Yes.
obviously that's separate, but it was simply the question of whether the three officials and Ms. Daniels could say that the issuing of a guarantee fell within the authorization in the resolution.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure. Obviously, at some stage you will indicate what your thinking is, but you can go ahead. So I think Ms. Daniels confirms that the idea of a guarantee came from outside of Eskom.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we can see that the document she attaches to her email, which is the email is at page 725 and the attachment is at 726. We can see that the attachment, insofar as it relates to the guarantee, that top part is the same as the document at page 724. If there are any differences, they will be minor, I think.
Correct, Chair. Correct, Chair. Ms. Daniels, yes, just to clarify and maybe make clear the response to the chairperson's question, whether on the terms of the resolution of the board for the prepayment of 1.6 billion rand, could one rely on those terms to make a conclusion that those terms also authorized the CFO, Mr. Anod Singh, to issue a guarantee in favor of Tegeta? Mr. Koko says that submission did not incorporate a proposal regarding a guarantee. The board is also surprised that there was a guarantee issued the day after they made that decision. They say they didn't authorize a guarantee. I know you have already said that you relied on paragraph 2.1.4 of the resolution. But strictly speaking, what would be your answer to the chairperson whether that reliance can be substantiated by the provisions of the resolution? Whether you look at it then or now, you can make the distinction, is up to you.
Yeah. I'm going to look at it then and answer the aspects of your question in the following manner, and tell me if I'm interpreting correctly. Number one, my instructions regarding the guarantee came from Mr. Koko. So for Mr. Koko to say that he doesn't know about the guarantee, it's clear from the evidence that he forwarded the email to me. We had a discussion, and that is how I instructed CDH on the matter.
Yeah. Can I just correct? Sorry.
Second,
Sorry, can I just, he doesn't necessarily say he doesn't know about the guarantee, but what I'm saying to you is he says the submission did not incorporate a recommendation for a guarantee. That's all I was saying.
that is okay. Oh, okay. That is correct. in terms of the guarantee was not specified as an instrument. Okay. However, what the board did authorize was the upfront payment of cash to the amount of 1.68 billion. And it is in that context that we looked at the risk to Eskom. Can't remember I've just lost my thought.
Well, that was the question. I'm not sure that it went beyond that. You may, in dealing with it, Mr. Selega, the question of whether the issuing of a guarantee was authorized for purposes, at least, of assisting me. Because as things presently stand,
Yes, Chair.
it does seem to me that the resolution was wide enough. But it may be that there's something I'm missing, which you might be able to point out.
Oh.
It seems to me that this could be compared to a situation where I authorize you to pay somebody from my money, in cash, 100 rand, and instead of paying them in cash, you issue a check. How can I complain unless that other person complains that, but the agreement was cash, so why are you giving me a check? But I don't see how I can complain if it doesn't make a difference to the other person that you have given a check, if they are happy with a check.
Yes. I hear what the chairperson
In
is saying.
the end, if the check is presented and honored, money will go out. And in terms of what I had authorized you, cash would have gone out probably earlier than cash would go out by way of a check. The only complaint I can have about you issuing a check instead of cash is if I think that the issuing of a check will prejudice the other person, or the other person will complain because of whatever delays that there may be before they get cash. But if the other person is happy, I don't see why I would have a problem with the fact that you issued the check.
Yes, I think, Chair, the ultimate issue turns on the purpose of either the cash payment, for our purposes, either the cash payment or the guarantee, the ultimate purpose that was meant to be achieved or objective to be achieved by issuing either the cash or the guarantee.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with
Yeah.
that. That's important. It's just that
Yeah.
all along I've understood that there is an issue about whether the board had authorized the issuing of a guarantee.
Yes.
And obviously, we need to apply our minds to that.
To that.
But if the reasoning that I've indicated is correct, it seems to me that the board can't complain or shouldn't complain or blame the officials for issuing a guarantee in circumstances where they had authorized them actually to pay even cash. You see?
Yeah, that's,
So obviously we can look at other issues if there is no indication that this construction of the resolution is wrong. But if there is anything that suggests that it's not sound, we can look at it. But on the face of it, that seems to be that seems to me to be the position, and therefore. Therefore, the board should have no grounds to criticize the official for doing that. If they didn't apply their minds to the resolution, that's their problem.
Isn't the chairperson looking at ultimately which one is the worst of the two? Because on the face of it, the resolution it contemplates a cash payment. So steps to be taken are in relation to the cash payment. What the chairperson is saying is, but isn't that in itself to take all the necessary steps to give effect to the above? Doesn't that open a door for them to do even the less of the two worst situations?
Well, you see, it seems to me that one has to start with what authority the three officials, or what terms and conditions the three officials were authorized to agree to in terms of the agreement. And it seems that the board gave them a blank check, as it were, to say, you will see what terms and conditions you agree to. And they decided to agree to, among others, a clause that says a guarantee would be issued. Now, if you accept that that fell within, that was left to them to decide what terms and conditions they should bind Eskom to. They bound Eskom to, among others, that term. And once they had bound Eskom to that term, they had to issue the guarantee. If the board did not, if the board wanted to narrow the scope of their mandate to say, you can agree to whatever terms and conditions, except not about A, B, C, D. It was free to say so in their resolution. They didn't say so. They just gave them the widest possible authority in terms of what terms to agree to. It may well be that they were terms and conditions that are usually agreed to between Eskom and such suppliers in such a case, and they expected the officials to agree to usual terms. But they didn't say so in the agreement. They didn't say they must negotiate and conclude an agreement on the usual terms and conditions. They just said, you negotiate and conclude. And the three officials decided one of the things we'll agree to will be a guarantee. But that was not worse than what had been authorized, if one reads the resolution to mean that the board authorized prepayment, which could be cash. Yeah.
No. I mean, I have mulled over that, Chairperson. I know that the guarantee would have, in the minds of the executive, been more safeguarding to the interests of Eskom. Exactly for what Ms. Suzanne Daniels is saying, that there were cash constraints at the time, financial constraints at the time in regard to Eskom. And yeah, maybe the board doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, on the face of it, unless the board comes up with something else, or unless somebody picks up something, it does appear that the resolution authorized this kind of thing. It left it to the three officials to agree the terms and conditions. And one of the terms they agreed to was the issuing of a guarantee. So that of course doesn't deal with the question whether it was right, or it was proper, or it was justified to agree to a prepayment on the part of the board in the first place.
Yes.
But it answers the question whether the three officials were authorized
Yes,
to,
no, correct.
to issue a guarantee.
Correct. Well, the chairperson, I wanted to add that in terms of the PFMA, but you may well say, well, the board, that's exactly what the board did. But in terms of the PFMA, a guarantee can only be issued by the accounting authority in the case of Eskom. I think Ms. Suzanne Daniels, you can explain that we did go through that. I know that at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee there was a debate about whether did this not require ministerial prior approval. But having looked at the provisions of the PFMA, actually, in this case, the accounting authority. But I'm also mindful of what Ms. Naidu said, that the board, I think she said the board had the authority only up to 750 million to issue a guarantee. So beyond that, according to her, then you will require ministerial approval. But I think Ms. Suzanne Daniels can explain that to us.
Yeah, you see, it's important to separate all the issues.
Yes.
So far, all we were talking about and all I was raising was whether the issuing of a guarantee fell within the terms of the resolution.
Of the resolution, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean it was lawful in terms of the PFMA. It doesn't mean it was in order in terms of any other instrument. It may well be that one might say the board did authorize by its resolution the issuing of a guarantee, but obviously it could not authorize the issuing of a guarantee that falls beyond its delegated authority or beyond its power. So if the guarantee was beyond its power, and one assumes the officials would know that, because we are talking here about the chief executive officer of Eskom and the chief financial officer, they would know what fell within the mandate, within the power of the board in terms of amounts.
Yes.
So if the argument is from the board, we are not saying that the officials did not, the resolution did not authorize the issuing of a guarantee at all. We accept that the resolution did authorize, in effect, or by implication, the issuing of a guarantee, but it could not authorize the issuing of a guarantee that is beyond the powers in terms of amounts of the board. Then that's a different argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Chair, I think the way I have seen it is to restrict the resolution to a cash prepayment by virtue of that paragraph which says you take all necessary steps to give effect to the above. It does go on, including the signing of any consents or any other documentation necessary or related thereto, which is the above. The above, it's a contemplation or a decision for the pre-purchase of coal. And I'm separating that aspect from the lesser of the two evils. ultimately a step been taken the next day. I mean, the executives might well have seen that, wow, it will be risky for us to part with cash as opposed to issuing a guarantee. Let's rather resort to the lesser of the two evils. And decided, well, it's not necessary to even go to the board because we're actually saving Eskom money. And the question obviously is, on the face of it, if the resolution is restrictive in terms of the above and what is in relation thereto, where does it take us? Because ultimately, the executives took a step that was favorable to Eskom.
Well, you see, it seems to me that clause 2.1.2 of the resolution, and I'm not looking at it, I'm just mentioning it from memory, is so wide that for purposes of whether there was entitlement to issue a guarantee, there might be no need to go to the clause that Ms. Daniels was relying on, because you say the clause 2.1.2 gives the three officials complete discretion to what they must bound Eskom to in terms of that agreement. And if they choose to bound Eskom to, saying, issue a guarantee, in circumstances where the resolution actually authorizes the payment of cash, that's within the resolution. Yeah. And once they have included that in the agreement, obviously it's going to be honored. And then maybe with or without clause 2, was it 2.1.4, the one that Ms. Daniels relied on?
Yes.
Maybe with or without it, still they are authorized. But certainly it seems you can say once they've included the issue of a guarantee in the agreement as a term or condition, that clause 2.1.4 allows them to take whatever steps to give effect to that agreement.
Yeah, because, well, if you take it to its logical conclusion, the guarantee would simply defer the date of payment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's exactly what they even say in their agreement.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it seems that the board, unless they come up with something more convincing, can't really complain that in issuing the guarantee, the officials did something that they were not authorized by the resolution to do. Yeah. Yes, but of course, you feel free to, you can always come back later on if you have you reflect and you come across something that might change one's thinking. But in the meantime, you can explore the other issues of, Ms. Daniels has confirmed that the idea of this guarantee came from outside of Eskom. I don't know whether she may have dealt with this before. Ms. Daniels, you say it came from outside. From whom outside of Eskom did it come?
Mr. Chairman, at the time, I did not know, because you can see from the email, it came from Mr. Machela Koko, and then it came from Businessman. Based on the evidence and the other emails, it is more than likely that this Mr. Businessman is Mr. Salim Essa.
Well,
Because
yes, continue.
Because later on in the email exchange, both the investigators and I think it was in 2018, the Mail and Guardian showed me the emails, and they are included in the bundle, that the paperwork that we prepared inside of Eskom actually went to Mr. Salim Essa and Mr. Eric Wood.
Yes. Now, Mr. Koko, when he gave evidence here a few weeks ago, said that, I think he said he was shocked, or he would be shocked if the position was that businessman was Salim Essa, or was somebody from outside of Eskom. I can't remember how he put it, because as far as he was concerned, he had been told, and I don't know whether he said he had been told by you, I think he said you had told him that businessman was Dr. Ngubane, the chairperson of the board. What do you say to that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Koko is trying to mislead the commission. I at no stage told him that the info portal address or businessman address belongs to Dr. Ngubane. I did not use it. I categorically deny that. Dr. Ngubane had a personal email, and it was Baldwin. I'm just reading from my affidavit that the latest one I submitted.
Yeah.
It's baldwin.ngubane@gmail.com. That was his personal address that he used at Eskom. And there would have been no reason.
Was that personal email address of Dr. Ngubane known to Mr. Koko at the time, as far as you know?
Yes, it was. As far as I know, yes, it was.
Did he
I
use
think
it
Mr.
as
Koko
well?
in his...
I'm sorry, I'm asking whether, to your knowledge, Mr. Koko also used the Dr. Ngubane's personal email address, or is that something you don't know?
I'm not sure at the time, Mr. Chairman, but he would have known about it, because on the correspondence that I would have sent out, you would see on the correspondence to the board and the executives, I would have used their Eskom and their personal addresses. So it would have been known to the executives.
Yes. And so are you saying that there are documents, Eskom documents, or emails that you sent to board members and maybe some of the senior executives at Eskom, which included Dr. Ngubane's personal email address that you have just mentioned?
Yes, that is correct.
And Mr. Koko would have been one of the recipients of such emails that you sent, which included Dr. Ngubane's personal email address that you have mentioned.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Do we by any chance have such documents, Mr. Seleka?
I will check in the suspension.
Maybe I could ask Ms. Daniels, she might know. In the bundles that we are using, have you come across any documents that you sent to, among others, Mr. Koko, which had Dr. Ngubane's personal email address that he used at Eskom that you mentioned?
As think if you look at the round robin resolution, Mr. Chairman, that I sent out, I'm just trying to get the page. It
Yes.
may just be on there as well.
Okay, yeah, you can look.
I just would need help from the,
Evidence leader.
I'm looking for her email where she invites the board members to a round robin.
it's on Eskom 18, oh no, that's just Anoj Singh.
Yeah, this on page 524, Ms. Daniels, it doesn't show the email address, it shows the name of Dr. Ben Gubani. That's where you send the email requesting the board to make a round robin decision on the 9th of March.
But I'm sure we can find an email for you, Mr. Chairman, where I send it to everybody.
Yes. And you think it might be quite a few that could be found?
Yes, there will be quite a few.
Yes.
Mr. Koko was quite involved in some of the decisions that were made, so he would be well aware that Dr. Ngubani's address is baldwin.ngubani@gmail.com.
Yes. Have you found something, Mr. Selega?
I found it on page 571
On,
on Eskom bundle 18. Is it
okay.
18? 571. But it's only an exchange between Ms. Suzanne Daniels and Dr. Ngubani.
Okay, it doesn't involve Mr. Koko. But Ms. Daniels says there will be quite a few, I guess, whether in the bundles or not in the bundles.
Yeah.
If they are not in the bundles, you think they can be found easily, Ms. Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think if the investigating team does a search on the emails that I sent to the board members
Yeah.
and executives,
Yes.
you will find
They
them.
should come across those.
Yes, you will definitely come across those.
Okay. Do you know whether there would be a category of emails where you would include the personal emails, email addresses, or in other words, how would one know when you include personal email addresses of the board members and when you don't? Or did it just happen when it happened and it didn't happen when it didn't happen? For example, if you were sending minutes of the board meetings, do you know whether you would include the personal addresses, the personal email addresses of the board members, or at least of Dr. Ngubane? Or is it when you were dealing with a different category of documents that you would include it?
Mr. Chairman, during this time, in the early stages of, let's say, 2015, 2016, Eskom's IT system was not sort of compatible for some of the board members. So they asked, so you would find that I had to send it to both the Eskom address and the personal email address. So I didn't have a defined category yet.
Yes.
As to when I would send. So you would see on the emails that I would send it to the Gmail address and the Eskom address.
Okay. Okay.
So
No, that's fine. So it's
it would
more
be there.
about it's more about the period when you did that, because that was because
Yes.
of the challenges of the IT in Eskom.
Yes, and I think even when Eskom developed an app for the board members, you know, a secure portal, there were still problems with the board members, and they would ask that it be sent to their personal emails. And that's why you see personal emails, work emails, you know, there's a mixture.
Okay.
It wasn't yet
A special category.
perfected in terms of a board portal yet.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you.
So you, the investigators or somebody must just pursue that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I came across other emails to the board members with private email addresses, which is not Eskom email addresses, but Mr. Koko is not in that correspondence. Ms. Daniels just, okay, so we've traversed the issue of the guarantee. It's issued in favor of Together. We read the agreement which says it suspends the payment until the fulfillment of the conditions. The conditions have an expiry date, which is the 31st of March 2016. You recall all that?
Yes, I do.
Which is in clause 5 of the agreement and the subparagraphs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega.
Yes.
I just want to go back to this issue of Mr. Koko saying that he was told by Ms. Daniels that the info portal address was for Dr. Ngubane. In your discussions, or when Mr. Koko would send emails to Dr. Ngubane, would those emails be opened by you and handed over to Dr. Ngubane by yourself, or would they be opened by his PA and handed over to him, or would he open them himself? Or sometimes he would do so, sometimes the PA would do so, and sometimes you would do so?
It would be a combination of the three. The last scenario that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman. I did not have direct access to Dr. Ngubane's email at Eskom. That would be the prerogative of the PA. And she would bring to my attention if there were emails that she wasn't sure of what to do with. Dr. Ngubane did attend at the Eskom office, and then he would also go through his emails. And if he received emails on his personal email that he needed queried, he would send them to me. So it really depended on what the nature of the email was and what he wanted done.
Did you ever have occasion to discuss with Mr. Koko any emails or documents that he sent to the email address of businessmen, the info portal email address, at any stage during that, while you were both at Eskom?
And two businessmen or from, you see, it's a difficult one. The subject matter of the transactions we did discuss, I wasn't aware that he had sent them to the info portal. You would see in my supplementary affidavit that I filed today or yesterday, that I do highlight some transactions based on Ms. Motepo's evidence. But he would discuss with Dr. Ngubane if it were a board matter.
So you're saying you may have discussed documents that he would have sent to businessmen, but if you would not know that he had sent them to businessmen. That's what you are saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You never discussed a document that, to your knowledge, he had sent to businessmen.
Well, at the time, Mr. Chairman, because when I listened to the evidence that has been coming out, there have been documents that have been sent to businessmen that came before the board and were discussed with Mr. Koko.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, at the time of you discussing such documents, you are saying you would not have known that he had sent them to businessmen.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
You might find out later, but at that time, you say you were not aware. You would have discussed documents which might later on turn out to be documents that he had sent to businessmen.
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Selega, you may continue, and you can take further whatever may arise from what
I was sent a podcast, Chair, of Ms. Suzanne Daniels' interview at 7:02. In that podcast, Ms. Daniels is a clip of a previous interview with Mr. Koko. And he's asked, who is businessman? He says it's Suzanne Daniels. Do you remember that?
Is it Mr. Koko who says that?
Yes.
Oh.
It's exactly on these lines, Chisoy.
Oh.
He's interviewed and he tells the interviewer that the email address is the info portal 1@zoho.com is Ms. Daniels' email address. So he's asked, who is businessman? He says, it's Suzanne Daniels. And Ms. Daniels had to be asked exactly these questions about the email.
So that interview was between Mr. Koko and somebody not involving Ms. Daniels as well.
Yeah, it didn't involve her. So there's a previous interview with Mr. Koko. This time, Ms. Daniel is on the station for an interview. Then they played a clip, the previous clip of Mr. Koko.
And asked for her comments.
And asked for her comment, yes.
Yeah, well, what did you say on that occasion, Ms. Daniels?
Well, it's not me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Well,
it definitely isn't me.
Would the implication of that version, Mr. Selega, be that what Mr. Koko told the interviewer in that clip and what he told the commission are contradictory, in the sense that in the commission he said he understood the info portal email address to belong to Dr. Ngubane, but in the clip that you say was played to Ms. Daniels, he doesn't say that businessman is Dr. Ngubane, but he says businessman is Ms. Daniels.
In that clip, yes, Chair. I should say that I don't think they played the entire interview of Mr. Koko there. They played a clip, and then they asked Ms. Suzanne Daniels to comment, and they asked the further questions on that. So,
but obviously, that clip, the entire interview should be obtained,
yes,
so that it can be looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that should be done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Suzanne Daniels, quickly on, because the board is approached on the basis that there is an urgent need for coal in terms of the submission. was it the submission on page 527 of Eskom Bundle 18. But I suppose you accept that's the gist on which, or the basis on which the board was approached to make a round-robin decision overnight on the 9th of December 2015.
Yes.
And when ultimately the board decision is executed or implemented, it results into a guarantee being issued. But the guarantee is subject to suspensive conditions, as well as the underlying agreement to that guarantee, and that is a period of 3 months, of about 3 months, until the 31 March 2016.
Yes.
Which, on the basis of which, and Mr. Arnaud Singh testified at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, that he was aware that coal was not going to be supplied during that period, hence he opted for a guarantee as opposed to a cash payment. I don't know whether you know about that.
I saw it, you brought it to my attention in our discussions. I saw that. I really can't make sense of it because I think the coal supply agreement was effective from the 1st of January 2016, subject to those suspensive conditions.
Yes.
So it's really a much about muchness.
Yeah, and that's all right. And then, coupled with clause 6.1 of the pre-purchase agreement, which says payment will only be made upon the fulfillment of the conditions. So everything is deferred until the 31st of March 2016.
Yes.
The point I'm trying to make is that the execution of the board decision by deferring everything for 3 months, it undercuts the motivation of an urgent need for coal to the Hendrina power station. So it weakens the very motivation why the board had to make this decision on an urgent basis to avert a risk which was said to be imminent at the time. You see the point I'm making?
Yes, I see the point that you're making, Advocate Seleka. Mr. Chairman, I think if you look at the submission closely, the underlying issue was security of supply. And I think that was a little bit broader than just the urgency of like an immediate need. So yes, it was premised on urgency, but it was delayed at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I think the part of the point that I think Mr. Seleka seeks to make is the board was prevented from discussing this issue in a proper board meeting, and it was sent a round-robin resolution on the basis that this was urgent, because you were seeking to address an urgent coal supply demand, isn't it? That's what the resolution said. Is that not so?
That was how it was framed, Mr. Chairman. So yes, I just want to point out that, I think that in the beginning it was supposed to be a meeting, but because the board members weren't available during that time, it then became a round-robin resolution. And yes, the executives did push the urgency factor at that point in time.
it seems that the board could have met in a week's time, could have met in 2 weeks' time, could have met even in a month's time to discuss this issue. Is that not so?
That is so, Mr. Chairman.
And then when the management wanted the board to authorize this matter, are you saying that first there was an attempt to arrange for a board meeting to take place, and there seemed to be problems of the availability of members of the board, and that's why the idea of a round robin was resorted to? Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is when Dr. Ngubane approached me, he wanted me to convene a meeting. As the discussions went along, you will see there's an email from the CFO's office, Mr. Singh's office, asking for it to be a round robin. And I do ask, does the chairman know about this? Because my understanding was that he wanted a meeting. It then became a round robin because it was urgent.
So the idea that it should be a round robin, who did it come from?
There is an email from the general manager from Mr. Singh's office asking that it be sent out on round robin.
At that stage, do you know whether before the manager sent that memo or note or email, do you know whether there had been attempts to communicate with the board members to ask them to avail themselves for a meeting on some date to discuss the issue?
Mr. Chairman, I was still checking availability during that time. It really happened so quickly. It was already the first week in December, and people were already going on a holiday.
So, who would ordinarily speak to board members about a need for a meeting, and who would talk to them about dates? Would it have been the company secretary?
Yes, that would have been, at that time, that was me as the company secretary.
Yes. But
because Mr.
Yes, continue.
But Eskom, the executive directors also spoke to the board members directly. So, Mr. Singh and the executive directors were the chief financial officer and the chief executive. So they would, as part of the board, they would discuss it with the board members. Sometimes I'd just be told that we need a meeting. But in this instance, I had been approached by Dr. Ngubane to say, try and arrange a meeting, and I would get the information from Mr. Singh and Mr. Koko. As things unfolded, there was an email from, I think it was Ms. Naidu, asking that this go out on round robin, and she was in the office of Mr. Singh.
Okay. Is my understanding correct that you yourself did not engage with board members prior to this email or letter from Mr. Singh's office? You didn't engage with board members and with the chairperson of the board, Dr. Ngubane, about possible dates for a meeting?
I actually didn't get the chance to do that. I had already checked some of the people's availability. There were some committee meetings still happening at Eskom, but there wasn't place for a board meeting at that point.
Okay, but you say Dr. Ngubane was the person that approached you first and asked you to convene a meeting of the board.
Yes, he did. He called me.
Yeah, so at that stage he was talking about convening a meeting rather than talk about a round robin arrangement.
That's correct. That's
Okay,
correct.
but later on, an email from Mr. Singh's office came which said, let's go the round robin route.
Yes, that's correct.
You said, I think you said you asked somebody whether Dr. Ngubane knew about this latest idea of a round robin as opposed to a physical meeting. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did you speak to? The author of the email that was suggesting a round robin?
Can I assist you?
Yes, I did. And I also subsequently spoke to Dr. Ngubane and asked him, and he was fine. You will see that's why the email says, at the request of the chairman, I sent it out on round robin.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selector.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, please check on page 492 of Eskom Bundle 18. There is an email there. You could identify to the chairperson and say whether, could this be the email you're talking about? Page 492, Chair.
Yes, that is the email that I'm talking about, Mr. Chair.
So that's,
Oh, yes, I see it. Okay.
that's an email from Ms. Maya Bana, Tuesday, 8 December 2015 at 16:41. It's addressed to you, Ms. Daniels, Mr. Arnold Singh, Mr. Machela Koko, board round robin request. Optimum Coal Mine P2R Ltd. And it says, hello, Suzanne, can you please assist with a round robin to the board? Are you saying that's the email of a request for the matter to be decided by way of a round robin?
Yes, that's the request.
But the draft that was prepared, I mean, there's an attachment to this email. The draft itself, which comes before this email, already bore the words round robin submission to the board. If you go to page 481. And I think all the drafts before then, even page 475. 475 even better because it has the track changes, which I think were those made by the officials of Trillion. It's attached to the email of Mr. Mohammed Bobat and Fahima Badat on page 474. So it already had round robin submission to the board.
Okay.
Is that the same date, Mr. Selector? Is that the 8th?
Yes, it's the 8th of December, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
That email, yes, Chair, the email trails, they start way back. They are on the 8th. They are certainly before 1641.
So it may be that you may not have been correct in thinking that the idea of round robin came from Ms. Is it Baya or Bana?
Bana.
I might have got the time sequence wrong there. But at this time, Mr. Chairman, the availability of the board members was the issue.
Yes. Okay. I think.
So in this period, we would have not have been able to have a meeting, But you are correct in saying it could have been pushed out by a week or two.
Or even a month if you ended
But
up,
as of this,
waiting for end of March. Even in January,
yes,
you
that's
could
correct.
have had, yeah.
I mean, it
Wasn't urgent.
it wasn't.
There are no
Sorry, Alan.
facts that suggest that it was urgent that the decision be taken by the 10th or somewhere around there by the board.
Not inside of Eskom, no.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Mr. Selega?
Thank you.
We might have taken too long on this issue.
Yeah.
I have in mind, in my own estimation, that we should be able to finish about 5:30, 6. You might say maybe not, but let's try and move. Of course, if there is still something of substance about the issue of urgency, then we can, but I think we can move. She has made a concession.
Yeah. No, indeed, Chair. The suspensive conditions in the pre-purchase agreement and the guarantee undercuts the allegation of urgency.
Yeah.
Ms.
I think
Daniels.
let's take a short adjournment. It's 4 o'clock. 10 minutes adjournment, and then when we come back, we'll try and see if we can
Yes.
go for another hour, hour and a half, or two. But I think we can try and cover as much as possible.
I'll try less than 2 hours, Chair. Let's see what happens.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn for 10 minutes. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Ms. Daniels?
Ms. Daniels?
Hello? Yes?
Okay, we're about to come back. Yeah. Let's see the real you as opposed to a fiction. Wait. Okay. There. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The same bundle, page 498. Eskom bundle 18, page 498. Just a follow-up on the email you were referring to, Ms. Barner.
Yes.
It's an email from you, Tuesday, 8 December 2015, 1644. That's after Ms. Barner's email of 1641. And there you are, you're asking, has the chairman been notified or do I have to request him to allow? I think that's talking about a round robin. The email still appears below yours
Yes.
there.
Yes, that is correct.
Could that be what you were trying to explain to the chairperson?
Yes.
That you inquired whether the chairperson was aware that the meeting should proceed by way of a round robin?
Yes, that is correct.
You know, just to add to the agency of the situation, this alleged agency, the pre-purchase agreement is subject to suspensive conditions. Coal is not supplied pursuant to that agreement. And in its affidavit, I say it's that CDH's affidavit, Mr. Moodley says that at that stage, this is December 2015, and even before that, I think from September 2015, OCM and Eskom had an interim arrangement in terms of which OCM was supplying coal to Eskom, Eskom's Hendrina power station. Did you know that?
That is mentioned in the agreement, but I didn't know the specifics.
Well,
Can
you
I
see,
interpose, Ms. Selega, just on something that goes back? I'm sorry that I'm taking you back. Don't forget your question. Ms. Daniels, tell me, how did Eskom's need, or even purportedly urgent need, or to secure coal supply, how was that addressed in December by a resolution authorizing that a pre-agreement of coal supply be concluded with people who did not own the coal that you are talking about? at that time. The resolution itself says the agreement should be concluded with the proposed owners, which obviously means conclude an agreement with not the owners, but the proposed owners. How did that address the urgent or the need for the security of coal supply?
To be quite frank, Mr. Chairman, it didn't in the immediate address the coal supply urgency.
Yes, because also this was not even a situation where the idea was, let us conclude an agreement with the proposed owners to say, if and when you become owners, you will supply us with coal on the following terms and conditions. This is not what was authorized. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I think the underlying issue is here that this was actually to assist the proposed owners to acquire Optimum.
Yes, because if Eskom wanted to secure coal supply, the idea was to conclude agreements with the owners of coal. You agree?
Yes, I agree with you, sir.
But at the time of the submission that you made to the board, did you not appreciate this?
Mr. Chairman, you must remember that I was drafting it for Mr. Singh and Mr. Koko. And at the time, I must admit, I didn't really ask, interrogate it to that degree. It has been on reflection and the subsequent questions that these issues have come to light.
But it's difficult to think that. Let me ask this question first. Did Mr. Koko say to you, draft an agreement, draft a submission on the basis that we are asking the board to authorize that we conclude an agreement with the proposed owners of OCM for a pre-purchase? Is that what he said to you?
That was his instructions, yes.
And did he advance to you this reason of Eskom seeking to secure coal supply as the reason why it was urgent that the board provides authorization?
Yes, that is correct. Urgency was in his mind, and also the big security of supply about Hindrina.
Yes. One of the things that I have said to a few members of the board, maybe two, maybe three, who have testified, is it's difficult for me to understand how they could not have seen that the resolution that was being asked for from them was a resolution that they authorize the 3 Eskom officials to conclude a prepayment agreement with the proposed owners, with Tegeta, so to speak, and not with Glencore. I've said that it's difficult for me to understand that they all didn't see that because those that have come here seem to, maybe one said she saw it or he saw it, I can't remember. But I think Dr. Ngubane said he didn't see it. He was under the impression, or he, as far as he was concerned, the board was authorizing the conclusion of this pre-purchase agreement with Glencore and not with Tegeta. Dr. Ngubane is a medical doctor. He has been a politician. He was a minister. He was a premier of a province. He was an ambassador. I think he was or continues to be a businessman. Then I had Professor, was it Professor Naidu?
Ed Naidu, yes, Chair.
Yeah, Professor Naidu. I don't know whether he was the one who said he did see it, but nevertheless, he still continued to think he was authorizing a prepayment agreement with Glencore. And I think Ms. Klein may have said she didn't remember whether she saw it or not, but she also still thought that she was authorizing a prepayment agreement with Glencore. Now you are saying you didn't pick up that point. Is that right? You saw that it was, you say you were instructed to draft a submission that would ask the board to authorize the conclusion of an agreement for prepayment with the proposed owners. But you say it did not click to you that, hang on, but why must we do that? Is that what you are saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you talked about the urgency.
Yes. So what? Okay. So what is your position in terms of? Did you notice that you were drafting a submission that was saying the board should give a resolution that authorizes the conclusion of an agreement with the proposed owners as opposed to the current owners at the time? You say you knew you were doing that.
Yes, that was the intention, because you will see that the underlying agreement refers to the Tegeta.
Yes. I'm sorry, you say the underlying what?
Agreement.
Just repeat the part that relates to what is underlying something.
The coal supply agreement that we prepared.
There is a part.
Refers to Tegeta resources.
There is a part that I couldn't hear because I think there was a technical problem. Would you like to start that sentence again, please?
I said that when you look at the underlying agreement that we were tasked to prepare, the coal supply agreement, relation resources.
I think the technology doesn't want me to hear the whole sentence. But I think I understand you to be saying the submission and the resolution contemplated that the agreement would be concluded with Tegeta, but I may be missing something else, and I don't know whether it's something to say if you look at the submission or if you look at the resolution, there is something that makes it clear that it's Tegeta that was contemplated. Is that what you are saying?
In the coal supply agreement that I was asked to draft, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's fine. Obviously, the agreement would have to reflect who all the parties to the agreement were, and it had to reflect Tegeta as one of the parties because Tegeta was the proposed owner of
Yes.
OCM. Yeah.
Yes.
But if you were aware that you were drafting a submission that would ask the board to authorize the conclusion of a prepayment agreement with the owners of OCM and not, or the proposed owners, that is Tegeta, and not Glencore. Why didn't you ask the question, why do we seek to conclude a prepayment agreement with people who don't own OCM when there are people who own the OCM now? Why didn't you ask Mr. Koko that?
Mr. Chairman, at the time, there was a due diligence exercise underway. So it really didn't strike me as odd. And yeah, I didn't think that, it was my place to second guess the executives at that stage. I took it at face value.
No, but weren't you the legal advisor as well as the company secretary at the time?
No, I was not.
Which one were you not? Or both?
I was not the legal advisor, I was the company secretary.
Yes, but isn't the job of the company secretary, doesn't the job of a company secretary include giving legal advice to the board? I thought so.
Yeah, none of the board members actually asked for advice at that time.
Yeah, but they might not ask.
I focused.
But they might not ask because they don't know, but you as a legally qualified person would see, and then you can alert them to a potential legal problem. Isn't it? I mean, if somebody doesn't know, if as a judge, a scientist gives me a certain document that talks about some science, I might not pick up any danger. But another scientist who looks at the document that might have been given to me might pick up some danger and say, hang on, don't sign this. Do you realize that these are the implications? So you too, as a company secretary, legally qualified, and my understanding is that a company secretary does advise on legal compliance and so on. So it would have been your job, would it not have been, to advise the board, even if they didn't ask for advice, to say there is a problem here, or at least please appreciate that this request, this submission requires you to authorize ABCD in circumstances where ordinarily this should not be the case. It seeks you to authorize that the pre-purchase agreement be concluded with non-owners of OCM when they are owners, current owners of OCM. And you would need to say, this is problematic, this is strange. Or if you thought there is no problem, advise them, having alerted them to this unusual feature, and advise them to say, notwithstanding this, there is no problem because of ABCD.
Mr. Chairman, at the time, I must admit, I did not do that.
Yeah, you see.
I took it at, I took it at face value because it was the chief financial officer and Mr. Koko involved, and I did not do that at the time.
You see, it's difficult for me to accept that. You know, as I see it, this is like a situation where you want to buy a car, and you know that this car belongs to me, but you go and conclude an agreement with Mr. Silega. You buy the car from Mr. Silega, who doesn't own this car, and you know I'm the owner. How do you not pick that up?
You see, when the documents came back from Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh, they were already signed.
They were already
Signed
signed.
by the executives, yes.
Yes,
Signed off.
but didn't you?
So,
I'm sorry, but didn't you draft the submission yourself?
not all of it, because they made some changes as well.
Yes, but also if they made changes, and if this was one of the changes, all the more reason why you would need to say to them, what you have now put in here is problematic. What's your reasoning? Why did you put this in? So I'm not sure that saying that it came from them already signed, or they made amendments, changes, anything, because to me it seems that the moment you knew that this document was asking the board to authorize the three officials of Eskom to buy from Mr. Silega a car that belongs to me, and you know it belongs to me, that should be problematic. Can you see that?
I can see that, but at the same token, I would not want to be second-guessing these senior executives.
No, it can't be
It is for them
second-guessing.
to put the stuff before the board and the board to also interrogate the documentation.
No, I don't think Ms. Daniels is about second-guessing. None of these officials were lawyers, isn't it?
That's correct, but they're also senior executives in the company.
You are not suggesting that you didn't want to give them correct advice just because they were senior. Correct legal advice
No,
just
that's
because they were senior.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes, that's why I'm saying to you, if it would have been correct legal advice to say to them, legally, you can't buy coal, you can't conclude an agreement for buying coal from somebody who is proposed to be the owner and therefore currently has no right to that code. If that was correct advice, it wouldn't be wrong for you to raise that with them, would it?
Yeah. I agree with you.
You accept? Is there something you wanted to add earlier on and I interrupted you?
I am just checking the documentation just to make doubly sure. I think we covered it.
Yeah. You see, you have, maybe the three executives will say, well, we knew that we were asking the board to authorize that we conclude a pre-purchase agreement with non-owners, with people who are not owners of the coal. But here are our reasons which make this thing that appears to be so unusual justifiable, which make it justifiable. We will see, but it is strange that about 12 or so board members, some of whom I think are quite highly qualified, and they say they either didn't see this in the resolution, or if they saw it, they didn't think it meant anything. They, as far as they were concerned, they were authorizing the conclusion of an agreement with Glencore, and this company secretary, who is legally qualified, says she saw it, but she didn't think it was her place to give legal advice to the officials. You must just tell me if I'm summing up what you say incorrectly.
Mr. Chair, in the documents that I have, if you look at the draft that I sent, I think, let me just see, it is page Eskom 18509.
Yes, 509.
Yes, there's an email to Mr. Coco. And the document attached is version 1.
Yes.
And in there, I think on page 512, under the key assumptions, this is the draft that I prepared.
Yes.
You will see that I put there the transaction between Optimum Coal Mine and Oak Bay Investments be formally approved by the regulatory authorities.
I'm sorry, just tell me which clause you are reading from. Or which clause
it's
you are
number
reading.
3.2.2.
The submission and decision required set out herein is based on the following key assumptions. 3.2.2, the transaction between Optimum Coal Mine Pty Limited and Oak Bay Investments / Tegeta Resources is formally approved by the regulatory authorities. What does that mean in the context of the issue we are dealing with?
Okay, what I'm saying is that these things were removed by the executives in the final submission.
Yes, but before they were removed, tell me what their presence would have meant in the context of the question we are dealing with.
In the context of the question, it would have given the board a fuller appreciation of what the transaction was about.
The transaction that you were talking about there, namely clause 3.1.2, what transaction were you talking about?
Was that Oakbay Stroke Tegeta was buying Optimum at the time.
Yes, but still that didn't change the fact that at the time that didn't change the fact that the board was being asked to authorize the conclusion of this agreement at a time when Tegeta would not be the owners of OCN.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you will also remember at the IFC discussion, it was pointed out that the acquisition would improve the BEE status. So there was some appreciation that this was in transition and that there was going to be a new owner.
Yes, but again, even that still doesn't answer the question, why conclude such an agreement with a non-owner at the time, when there is a non-owner that is known to you as Eskom and as officials? You accept that?
I accept that. I think that's a question that you would have to ask the executives and the board.
Sorry?
I think that's also a question you would have to ask the executives and the board.
Well, you too, because you were the legal advisor, you're the company secretary. As far as I'm concerned, you are supposed to alert them that you can't conclude an agreement with a non-owner of the coal when there is an owner, isn't it? You accept that?
Yes. I accept that.
Yes. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, you might even have forgotten the question that you were on when I interrupted you, but if you made a note, I hope you made a note and you'd remember.
I did, but she answered it during
In the course
the
of...
first, the first interaction with you, Chair, when she said the motivation was to help Tegeta with the purchase of OCH. So, because that can only be the explanation for this astounding decision.
Yes.
Ms. Suzanne Daniels.
Yes.
And Chair, you see, Ms. Daniels, the inclusion of this proposed owner, one can trace it back to the emails. Well, maybe you don't trace it back because by that time the submission was made. But you could see when one of the board members sent you questions, and I want to refer you to the page so we can run quickly through what I want you to point out to the chairperson. If you could please be on page 559. 559. So one of the board members sends you questions after you send a submission to them, that the board should make a round-robin decision on the 9th of March. And that's Ms. Miriam Kassam on page 559.
Yes.
The questions are there on the 8th of December 2015. You've just sent them your request, which we see at the bottom of page 560. You sent it at 5:52 p.m. on 8th December 2015. She responds at 9:28 p.m. on the same date. And that email goes to you. She asks questions, you receive the email, and then you forwards it to Mr. Anod Singh. Mr. Anod Singh takes that email on the 9th of March, on 9 December, the next day, and he forwards it to Mr. Eric Wood. Mr. Eric Wood takes that email on the 9th of March and he forwards it to Mr. Mohammed Bobat. You see those emails on page 559.
Yes, I see them.
And what does Mr. Mohammed Bobat do with it is apparent on page 562. So it comes, the email now comes from him, also 9 March 2015. He's replying to Mr. Eric Wood, and the subject line is urgent request to approve the pre-purchase of coal from Optimum. And now you see that there is fonts in red color which are inserted against the questions on page 562.
Yes, I see that.
You there?
Yes, I'm there.
Was it apparent to you that the answers to the questions were coming from outside and not from
No,
Mr. Anod Singh himself?
no, it was not. The emails came from Mr. Anoj Singh to me.
So to you they came from Mr. Anod Singh.
Yes.
If you go to page 565, at the bottom of page 565, which goes over to page 566, there is again this email from Mr. Mohammed Bobat, 9 December 2015 at 8:04 a.m. to Mr. Eric Wood. And on the next page, you see further additions to the answers that are being provided. Now you see both the color, the additions in red, and now there are those in blue. Page 566.
Yes,
Are you there?
I'm there.
And the answer this time around, the answer to the first question, it incorporates the concept potential buyer. So the answer to paragraph 1, the last part which is in blue, it says, consequently, Eskom is thus in no worse financial position than before the transaction, but has mitigated the security of supply risk and has funded its working capital financing cost via the discounts being offered by the, and you see that word potential buyer. You see that?
Yes.
And these questions answered in this way by what potentially looks to be Mr. Mohammed Bobat were ultimately forwarded to Ms. Kasim. You remember you would have taken those answers and forwarded the email to her.
Yes.
Let's see, because
But my answers came from Mr. Singh.
yeah, on page, let's see. Is on page 656, where I was, at the bottom of the page is that email of Mr. Mohammed Bobat, 9 December 2015 at 8:04. Above that,
What page is that again?
page 565.
Okay.
Yes. At the bottom of that page. So it's Mr. Mohammed Bobat replying to Mr. Eric Wood. They have kept the same email of Mr. Merriam. They're simply adding answers to her questions. Mr. Eric Wood then forwards that email to Mr. Anod Singh, 9 December 2015 at 8:11. So he received it 8:04. He forwards it 8:11 to Mr. Anod Singh, says, please see responses below as discussed. Regards, Eric. The email above is then Mr. Anod Singh, chairperson, at 8:55 on the 9th of December. He seems to reply to his PA, Poli Nzotiana. It was on Mr. Singh's PA. Ms. Daniels?
Mr. Seleka, can you just give me the page reference?
5.
I seem to,
I'm losing him or he's losing me as well now.
Page 565.
I am at 565 and I can see Mohammed Bobat, but
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't, I see only the subject. I don't see the actual content of the email.
Yes. Chair, it starts on page 5. Well, it goes over to 566.
At 566, I see an email from Miriam Kasim
Yes.
yes.
to Ms. Daniels.
Yes. But what you see there, Chair, it's an edited email of Ms. Miriam Kasim because her original email only has questions.
Okay.
Repeat that.
Her original email to
Yeah.
Ms. Daniels only has her questions.
Questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Question 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
What you are seeing there now, the fonts which are in red and blue, are the answers to those questions.
And who is giving the answers?
So then you see, if you go back to 565, when Mr. Eric Wood forwards the email to Mr. Anod Singh, he says, please see responses below as discussed.
So the email at the bottom of 565 comes from Mr. Mohammed Bobat.
Yes, Chair.
And
Yes.
This is on the morning of the day on which Mr. Nhlanhla Nene was fired, 9 December 2015.
I believe so, Chair. I believe so.
Yes. So on this day, Mr. Mohammed Bobat, who the following day, I think on the 10th or 11th, met with Mr. Des van Rooyen. They discussed that Mr. Bobat would be his advisor or chief of staff. I forget who was chief of staff and who was advisor. So on the 9th, on the morning of the 9th of December, he is engaged in some discussions involving what is happening or about to happen in Eskom in relation to Tegeta and coal
Indeed.
and so on.
Indeed.
Okay, all right. But so are you saying that
To,
Mr. Eric Wood
yes.
was he sending to Mr. Bobat the document at page 566?
Yes. Chair, so that you, Chairperson, can follow, let's start where I started.
Yeah.
Page 559.
559.
559.
You're right.
Yeah. Those are the original emails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an email Starting with the one at the top or the one at the bottom?
We should start with the one in the middle.
That is the one from Mr. Singh, Anuj Singh.
The one from Ms. Miriam Kasim.
Yeah, that is addressed to Ms. Daniels.
Correct, Chair. And Mr.
who
Singh.
was Miriam Singh? Miriam Kasim?
She was one of the board members.
One of?
One of the board members.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Of Eskom.
Yes. So,
Right.
so they would have received the email from Ms. Daniels on page 560.
Oh, yes, that is, they would have, all board members would have received the email from Ms. Daniels enclosing the submission
Correct, Chair.
to the board
Correct.
about this transaction.
Correct.
And then she sends an email to Ms. Daniels stroke Ms. Anuj Singh,
Yeah.
where she raises certain questions about the content or the subject matter of the submission.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah,
And
she
that's-
asks 4 questions.
Yes.
Okay.
And you will see there are no red
Yes.
fonts or blue
Yes.
insertion.
Yes.
That email, Chair, is forwarded. If you go up, is forwarded to Mr. Eric Wood by Mr. Anod Singh on the 9th.
Oh, it's forwarded to Mr. Eric Wood by Mr. Anuj Singh,
Yes.
who has received it from Ms. Miriam Kasim.
Correct, who also received it.
Yes, okay.
And sent from my iPhone. Then you go up, you will see Mr. Eric Wood, then forwards it on to Mr. Mohammed Bobat.
And what page do we go to find that?
It's above, the one above, Chair.
Oh, yes, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes,
Okay, so he sends it to Mohammed Bobat.
that's correct.
And,
At 7:13.
but that's, yeah, okay, 7:13
Yes.
on the 9th of December.
On the 9th of December.
Yes, right.
So that's outgoing. That's outgoing. Now, on the page where we were, you see the replies, the responses.
That's 565.
That's 565.
So then Mohammed Bobat
Replies
replies to Mr. Eric Wood
at 8:04.
at 8:04.
Yes.
And the subject is still the same, urgent request to approve the pre-purchase
Yes.
of coal from Optimum Coal Pty Limited.
And they are keeping this email of Ms. Miriam Kasim. Now they have added responses to her questions.
Okay, so
Yes.
on the face of it, it is Mr. Bobat who is providing answers.
Correct. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is providing answers to questions that were asked by a member of the Eskom board
Of the Eskom board.
to officials of Eskom
Correct. Chair.
and not to him.
Not to him.
Yes.
Yes.
But what happened was that the board members' questions were sent to Ms. Daniels and Mr. Singh
Yes.
at Eskom,
Yes.
and Mr. Singh passed these questions to Mr. Eric Wood.
Correct. Chair.
Mr. Eric Wood passed them to Mr. Bobat.
Correct.
Mr.
Chair.
Bobat provided the
The
answers
answers.
in red at page 566,
Correct.
and then sent these the document at page 566 together, which contains answers in red to the questions of the board member,
Yes.
to Eric Wood,
Yeah, he
who I
replies.
assume will send it to Mr. Anuj Singh.
Which is exactly what he's saying there in his email. Says, please see responses below as discussed.
Oh, there he says on the 9th of December,
Yes.
11 minutes past 8 in the morning. Hi, Anuj. Please see responses below as discussed.
Yes.
Those are the responses provided by Mr. Mohammed Bobat.
Correct. Chair.
Okay, right.
And
So Well, when I had the evidence relating to Mr. Bobert and his being appointed as either an advisor or chief of staff for Mr. Des van Rooyen on the 10th or 11th, in the manner in which that appointment seems to have been made, one of the questions I asked was whether he was not employed, how could he be given an offer just like that, and he's ready to accept it. He doesn't even want to go and think about it. He accepts it on the spot. And yet Mr. van Rooyen was, I think, saying he didn't know them beforehand. He didn't know him beforehand, or he may have seen him once in 6 years or something. Or maybe that was not Mr. Bobert, maybe that was the other person. Okay, all right. Well, I'm trying to... So now I know that on the 9th he was busy at regiments with matters relating to Eskom.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
now I
and-
understand, now I follow.
Yes, okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Slega.
Then, you see, Mr. Anotsing then sends to his PA.
Yes,
He sends to his PA on that same page. The PA, ultimately, Chair, the emails are not in sequence. Chairperson will have to go to page 554. Yeah, she
Go there
ultimately,
now.
she ultimately forwards it to Ms. Suzanne Daniels.
page 554.
554.
This is the email in the middle is from Polly Nzochana
On behalf of,
on behalf of Anoj Singh.
that's right.
For some reason, she emphasizes the on behalf of
Yeah,
Anoj Singh. She sends it at 9:09, December 9, 2015, to Ms. Daniels, and she says, responses to board queries.
yes.
She says, hi, Suzanne. The responses to the questions raised by board members is as follows on the resolution. I take it that what then she puts in under 1, 2, 3, 4
Yes.
is exactly what came from Mr. Bobert.
It is true.
But she has 5, and I guess that's something that Ms. Kasim had not asked.
That is the question.
Or she raised,
It says has, let's see,
or has this proposal been approved or recommended by the board IFC?
yes,
And the answer is a special board IFC was held this morning
yes.
to consider this matter, and we were comfortable to recommend the approval to the board. So now this is being sent to Ms. Daniels
Yes, true.
as answers that come from Mr. Singh.
Correct.
Okay.
In fact,
But this part, this question 5, was it there among the questions from Ms. Kasim?
from Ms. Kasim,
I
it
thought there were
was,
4 questions.
yes, that question wasn't there, but it would have been a request made by Ms. Roshni Naidu.
Yes.
Ms. Daniels will recall, she was here, Chairperson, and she said she asked, kindly ensure that IFC approves the submission.
Well, obviously the question that arises is why Mr. Singh was not able to respond to these questions raised by the board member on his own,
Yes.
being the Chief Financial Officer of Eskom, and why he needed outside assistance.
Yes, indeed, Chair.
Yes.
And this is about the submission. So this is before the guarantee. It's the submission. I know in his affidavit, he gives an answer, but the answer relates to the guarantee. Why he went out again to seek advice from Eric Wood, and he says, I further wish to point out that at the time, I thought it prudent, but this is the guarantee. I thought it prudent to seek advice from Wood as to the options presented by Absa Bank regarding the guarantee, as he could properly advise us with regard to his past banking experience. I'm not sure whether he deals with this to give the reasons for seeking this advice, but I'm sure he will explain when he's here. And Ms. Venita Klein had a background in banking as well. I wonder why they didn't ask for her advice.
Yes. Okay, all right.
So that email, Chair, if the chairperson is still on page 554, at the top of that page is then Ms. Suzanne Daniels. After having received the email from Mr. Singh's PA, she forwards it to Ms. Miriam Kassem.
At page 556.
554.
554.
554, Chair. So then Ms. Daniels is able to respond. Say, yeah. And she also see below, best regards.
At this stage, Ms. Daniels, did you not know the journey that this email had traveled?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not know that the extensive journey that it had taken. My first exposure to that was in 2018, when I received queries from the Mail and Guardian.
I mean, question 2 was, please confirm that the coal will be purchased at a 5% discount to the price in the current agreement. Why should Mr. Anuj Singh not know the answer to that question? Why should he go back to Mr. Eric Wood and Tegeta people and regiments? Because that is information that ought to have been known to him at the time of, before there was the decision to make a submission to the board. Isn't it? Isn't it, Ms. Daniels? Is that not some information that he should have known? Actually, all of you should have known.
He should have known all of that. The financial construct in the submission document came from him. Well, I assumed at the time that it came from him. It's clear that he had some outside help.
Okay, Mr. Seleka.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Ms. Kassem ultimately responds, Chairperson, and says she's happy with the responses.
Sorry?
I say Ms. Kassem then approved, saying she's happy with the responses. Her email is attached to her affidavit, Chair, which is in a separate bundle. Well, Chair, we could go into those questions, but in the interest of time, let's see when those who...
Well, I don't want you to abandon important issues.
Yes.
So if it's important to do justice, you can deal with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it may be more appropriate to ask Mr. Singh about the questions. These answers, I beg your pardon.
Well, that's fine, but
Yeah.
it may be that on some we can get information from Ms. Daniels, because she was the company secretary and she had a duty to raise questions if she was being instructed to do things that she did not understand or that were questionable.
Yes.
So when I say let's try and cover as much as possible, I don't mean that we deal with important matters in a superficial way.
Yes. Well, Ms. Daniels, I think what I could ask you in regard to these questions, perhaps is the one, number 4, which is on page 555. The question they asked is Optimum the only mine that can supply coal to Hendrina? Have all other supply options been investigated? Would you have known the answer to that question?
The first part is that Optimum is the only mine because it is right next to Hendrina Power Station, and that was one of the reasons why Hendrina was built there. That's from a history. Have all other supply options been investigated? At the time, I wouldn't have known that without having to speak to the operational people.
Yeah, well, this might take us back to that question of the owner and proposed owner, because at the time, the owners were OCM/Glencoe, and the question is whether, as a matter of fact, well, whether the board was told that as a matter of fact, OCM was still supplying coal to Eskom at this time. So this question, which is seeking to inquire from you or the executives, whether OCM is the only mine that can supply to Hendrina, should it not have been answered by, and that would have defeated the submission. If it was answered by the correct facts, yes, OCM is in fact still supplying to Hendrina, because that was what was happening at the time. CDH knows that.
And it was supplying at 150?
It was supplying at 150 per ton.
Yes.
And it had said, we are coming out of business rescue, Glencoe will fund, and they will carry on with the agreement as it was. So this question needed a correct answer. What is your comment on that?
I'm not sure I understand the question fully. Are you saying that I should have answered that?
Okay, no, I'm not saying you should have answered that. I'm asking again whether, if you were aware that OCM was in fact supplying coal. OCM had undertaken to supply coal at the price of the existing CSA.
That was part of the meeting that I attended on the 24th of November, you will recall from my earlier testimony.
Yes, that's
And
right.
it was mentioned in the submission.
Yes, that's
So
that-
there is a line in the submission about that the owners would continue with the supply.
But that question was, is Optimum the only mine that can supply coal to Hendrina? The answer doesn't answer that question. Instead, it talks about means of getting coal at a certain price. It says there is no other means of getting coal at a price of 150 rand per ton. That's not what was asked. The question was, is Optimum the only mine that can supply coal to Hendrina? What was the correct answer to that question at the time, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it would have been Optimum is the only mine that can supply Hendrina.
Okay. And then the next question was, have all other supply options been investigated? To your knowledge, what would have been the correct answer?
If they said yes, they would have to explain what they were and also highlight the additional costs in terms of logistics to get the coal to Hendrina.
When you look at that answer, there is no other means of getting coal at a price of 150 per ton. To the extent that OCM was supplying coal at that price, that answer was misleading. Wouldn't you agree? Because you did not need to, Eskom did not need to have a pre-purchase agreement with Tegeta in order to have coal at 150 rand per ton from OCM. It didn't need that transaction.
It didn't need the transaction, Mr. Chair. That you're correct. So
Yes.
it's sort of an open-ended answer.
Yeah, so
It answers the question on the face of it, but it's more in what it doesn't say.
well, no, it doesn't answer the question on the face of it, but it seems to serve a certain purpose, because the question didn't talk about the means. It simply asked, is Optimum the only mine that can supply coal to Hendrina? 2, have all other supply options been investigated? And they say there's no other means of getting coal at a price of 150. But the fact of the matter is, without this transaction with Tegeta, they could and were getting coal from Optimum for 150 per ton. So the transaction was not necessary for Eskom to get coal
Coal.
from Optimum at 150 per ton.
Yeah, because that agreement was in place.
Yes. So this was misleading.
Yes.
It sought to convince board members, it sought to say to them, you know, this transaction is going to give us coal at a very good price that we don't have. But the fact of the matter is that was a price that they were having with OCM at the time, without any agreement with Tegeta. You accept that?
I accept that.
And now, you saw these answers, including this one. Did you apply your mind to these answers before you send them off to the board member, Ms. Kasim? Or they were sent by Mr. Anuj Singh?
They were sent by Mr. Anuj Singh, and I forwarded them to Ms. Kasim.
Yes. Did you apply your mind to them?
Quite quickly. I didn't apply my mind to them because these actually came from the Chief Financial Officer, so I was not going to, like I said, I was not going to second guess what he had put down there. I had interpreted these questions that she asked more of a funding nature.
Mr. Selega?
Well, let's see. I mean, question 4 has an element of confusion in it, and it seems to require an explanation from the board in clear terms. A question asked in that manner, is Optimum the only mine that can supply coal to Hendrina? The board member is either under the impression that Optimum is unable to supply, so we have to help it with a cash injection so that it can supply. You see that? Because there's a prepayment requested if you look at question 1.
Yes.
But that confusion is not cleared. Look at question 1, Ms. Daniels. She says, please explain the decrease in inventory days. That's on page 554. The submission reads that the coal purchase will be prepaid. So I'm struggling to understand how this will translate into a working capital saving. And then there's a long answer there. But it goes on to say, this amount, which is the 1.7 billion, can be utilized to make the prepayment. By instituting the pre-purchase agreement, which will count as part of working capital, it will put inventory back to 54 days. The OCM coal is pledged to Eskom as security, and it forms part of inventory. From an inventory perspective, the transaction remains unchanged. Consequently, Eskom is thus in no worse a financial position than before the transaction, but has mitigated the security of supply risk and has funded its working capital financing cost via the discounts being offered by, then you have that potential buyer. Do you follow that answer? To me, it's convoluted.
I'm sorry, were you reading from what page? 454.
554, Chair.
554.
The answer to question 1.
But Mr. Seleka, these questions were asked of the responsible officials.
Yes.
So, I wouldn't go and nitpick it. At this point, the board member asked the questions, the Chief Financial Officer provided the answers, and I provided to the board member. She seemed to have understood them because she was comfortable with them. I'm not sure, how deep I needed to interrogate at that stage, because the questions were asked of the people who submitted, who signed off the submission. And this was a financial construct that Mr. Singh had introduced. And this was actually the first time that I'd seen about inventory days and, writing off. So I left it to his expertise.
Yeah, and the use of OCM and potential buyer, it's so confusing. But Chair, I want to move on to the next point.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yes. Ms. Daniels, let's, like the emails we've seen in regard to the, what was that, the drafting of, we saw the emails regarding the drafting of the submissions, or we saw the emails now regarding the answers to Ms. Miriam's questions, Ms. Miriam Kasim. Now, let's look at what happens in regard to the underlying agreement, which starts on page 724, the terms of which start on page 724, Eskom Bundle 18. Because that underlying agreement also has an evolution similar to what we see the pattern to be in regard to this transaction. Are you there?
I'm getting there. There's a lot of
Did you say 724?
724, Chair.
There are two emails there, one from Machela 2010 and to Ms. Daniels, and another one from Businessman to Machela 2010.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
So we've looked at these emails, but just in order to contextualize what I would like Ms. Daniels to show the chairperson. You are there, Ms. Daniels?
yes, I am.
Yeah. So that's the beginning of the guarantee terms and the underlying agreement ultimately. So
Yes.
the email comes from Businessman after 12 midnight on 10 December 2015 to Mr. Machela Koko 2010. It's a two-pager. He forwards that to you at 7:31, 10 December 2015. And on the next page, you would have used that two-pager to instruct Mr. Mutley of CDH to assist with the drafting of the underlying agreement. You see
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
Yeah. On page 7, let me see, page 743.
Yes,
743, it's a repeat of your email to Mr. Mutley. At the bottom of the page, at 842.
yes, I'm there.
Yes. So it's a repeat of your email, which Mr. Mutley receives, and he forwards it to, I don't know whether is it Mr. or Miss Badian Masdorp,
It's a mister.
the Mr. Also an attorney at CDH.
Yes,
Okay, and that's on the 10th of December 2015, and he ultimately replies to you on the 10th December of 2015 at 14:24. You see that email at the top of the page,
yes, I do.
and the attachment is letter agreement. Says Suzanne, see attached a markup and clean version. Should OCM not also be a party? He's asking. There are obligations on them, e.g. issue the credit notes, etc., and they are actually the supplier. Now, who did you understand he's referring to there as OCM? Tegeta or OCM under Glencore?
OCM under Glencore, in the process of being purchased by Tegeta.
Yes. Well, he's asking this because the underlying agreement only has Eskom and Tegeta as the parties to the agreement. Is that right?
Yep. At the time, yes, I think we changed it after this conversation.
Well, then on page 744, you send the email or the drafts to Mr. Arnold Singh and Mr. Machela Koko at 1447, still on the 10th of December 2015. Letter agreement is the attachment. So Arnold Singh here with the Arnold Machela here with the execution copy of the letter agreement in respect of the above. And you go on to say, Arnold has discussed, we have not included the date for the fulfillment of CPs. What is CPs? Condition precedence.
Condition precedence, yes.
The interest payable, we will need to confirm. Now, page 749, Chairperson. What does Mr. Singh do with what you have sent to him? So on page 7, let's start on 748. I beg your pardon.
7-4.
Yeah, 748. There's your email again to Mr. Arnold Singh and Mr. Koko at the bottom of the page, which goes to Mr. Arnold Singh. What happens at the top of the page? You send your email at 2:47 p.m. At the top of the page is an email from Mr. Arnold Singh's PA. Again, Ms. Polly Nzotiana. At 15:14 on the 10th of December 2015, it goes to Mr. Eric Wood. And the attachment again is letter agreement, together, Eskom, execution copy, which is what you sent to them. Good day, sir. Please find the above attached. Warm regards. Did you know that this had happened?
No, I did not.
And the attachment follows on the next pages. Until page 751, then turn to page 752. There are two emails. You're there? There's two emails there. The bottom one is from Arnold Singh, 10 December
Yes.
2015. I think is the same from his PA. Say, good day, sir. Please find the above attached. Now it's sent to Eric Wood. And what does Mr. Eric Wood do with it? Look at the top email.
Mr. Eric Wood sends it. He sends it to Salim Essa at Gmail.
gmail.com. 10 December 2015 at 15:15. The attachment is the same. Letter agreement together, Eskom execution copy. Repurchase of coal from Optimum Coal Mine Pty Ltd. Did you know about this?
No, I did not.
Now, we don't see, or the investigators have not been able to find how the agreement comes back. if at all it came back to Eskom. But the last email they have is on page 753, which is an email from you to Mr. Anot Singh. Again, attaching what you're saying is the execution copy. This is at 1614. And you say, hi, Anot here with the agreement as amended. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, the amendments are not apparent from the documents, but who would have made amendments?
The amendments I made here was to of the fulfillment. Which was the 31st of March 2016.
Wait, did you personally make the amendments?
On clause 5.1.
Yes, did you personally make amendments?
There was stuff that wasn't filled in. Information that wasn't completed. And the date was one of them.
Yes.
So I time-stamped it. You can see it says 1600.
Yes.
That would have been the one that I inserted the dates.
Are you saying you inserted the date for the fulfillment of the suspensive conditions?
Yeah, as discussed with Mr. Singh.
Yes, that was going to be my next question. So where did you get the date of 31 March 2016 from, which is in clause 5.1 of the document attached?
Yes. That I got from Mr. Singh.
Did you know that on the same day, 10 December 2015, Tegeta Oak Bay was concluding an agreement with Glencore OCH, which had exactly the same expiry date, 31 March 2016, for the suspensive conditions in that agreement?
No, I did not know that at the time.
You did not know at the time? You say you didn't know at the time? Oh. Can you hear me?
It came to light later in the public protector's reports and in the media.
Just repeat that again.
It came to light later in the public protector's report, the state of capture report, and in the media.
Let's see. So, if you look at this, the document that relates to an underlying pre-purchase agreement with Tegeta, why did it have to be sent to Mr. Eric Wood and Mr. Salim Essa?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer that. You were going to have to ask Mr. Singh. I don't know.
Yeah. And we see that subsequent to this exchange, just before that, did you ask him why should this agreement be subjected to suspensive conditions in the first place, because the submission required the board to urgently make a decision in order to avert a risk of coal supply.
At the time, I did not ask him, Mr. Chairman, because even with the acquisition of Optima Mine, there would be suspensive conditions, as you would see here, because there would be approvals from the regulatory authorities. But at the time, I did not ask him why the urgency in respect of the first decision.
Well, you know, the submission is made to the board on the basis of urgency. So the question is, why suspend this pre-purchase of coal agreement if you ask the board to urgently make the decision? That's one. Number two is, why suspend it for 3 months? Did you ask that other one, the second question?
No, I did not. I think you're going to have to ask Mr. Singh, as they were the delegated officials to negotiate and conclude this agreement.
Did you find out from him how he chose the date of 31 March 2016 and not any other date?
No, I did not.
Did it not surprise you, as one of the persons involved in the drafting of the submission, that required a decision by round robin?
Not on the fact, it didn't surprise me because the regulatory approvals usually took longer. So 31st of March was a conservative estimate.
Yep, but the approvals in respect of what?
The MPRDA,
The acquisition.
the Section 11 approval, the transfer of the mining right, and approval by the competition authorities.
Yeah.
But as we know now, with the benefit of hindsight, those things came fairly quickly.
Yeah, but even at that stage, that would not have been an issue because of the way the agreement was drafted. The agreement specifically said, the underlying agreement, that Tegeta was going to purchase coal from OCM. And Tegeta will then on-sell to Eskom. So regulatory issues did not stand in the way of the way in which the agreement was drafted.
Yeah, but you asked me whether I was surprised by the date. So from that perspective, I did not raise, it wasn't a red flag for me.
Yeah, but is that an answer if you look at the terms of the agreement? It says Eskom Holdings and Optimum Coal concluded a coal supply agreement in terms of which OCM supplies and delivers coal to Eskom. OCM has become the subject of business rescue proceedings. Eskom has obtained a mandate from its board of directors to enable Tegeta to pre-purchase coal from OCM for the supply and delivery of coal in accordance with Eskom's approvals framework on substantially the terms and conditions set out in the existing coal supply agreement. Tegeta is in the process of acquiring all shares on OCM, which is a separate matter. But OCM is there. Tegeta is going to pre-purchase coal from OCM and supply to Eskom. Why suspend this agreement? you have a response to that?
I'm just reading again. Okay.
Are you looking for the agreement?
No. I'm just reading the agreement as to familiarize myself. It's been a while. Okay. I still, well, it does mention the purchase of OCM by Tegeta, so I think it was reasonable to expect that in there. And it does say that the clauses that you read would become effective immediately, but they're still subject. So it was a bit, it is confusing.
It is confusing indeed.
Yes. But for me, the date of 31st March was reasonable in terms of the regulatory approvals.
Yeah, but that belonged to the acquisition agreement, to the sale of shares agreement. It didn't belong to the pre-purchase agreement, if it was any relevant.
No, I agree with you there,
Yeah.
but it is in here now, so that is how I understood it.
Then go to page 773. Eskom bundle 18.
Did you
Yes,
say
okay.
873, Mr.
773.
773.
Yes.
Okay.
So your email to Mr. Singh of the amended agreement is again reflected there on the bottom. Mr. Anod Singh takes your email and forwards it to Mr. Eric Wood. You see that 10
I see
December?
that.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
At 4:26 p.m. Mr. Eric Wood responds in the early evening of the same date, 10 December 2015 at 16:42, and he's asking, any luck with the guarantee draft? Regards. He responds to Mr. Anod Singh. What did Mr. Eric Wood have to do with the guarantee?
Nothing from my perspective. I only learned from Ms. Motepo's evidence before the commission that he had actually spoken to APSA about the terms of that agreement, of the guarantee.
Yes. Then turn to page 778. (778) is an email now from Mr. Koko's PA. Is that Mr. Koko's PA? Executive assistant to Mr. Machala Koko, yeah. The signature, the end of
Yes,
the email. You see that?
Yes, that is correct.
So this email is on Thursday, 10 December 2015 at 16:56. Is addressed to Mr. Nath of Oak Bay, nath@oakbay.co.za. CC Poli Zotiana, that is Ms. Singh's PA.
Yes, that's correct.
And the letter agreement is attached. Please find attached letter for your attention. Should you require any further clarity, please feel free to speak to Machala. And that agreement is in the next 4 pages. It's signed by Mr. Nath. You were not aware of that correspondence, were you?
Which ones between the PAs?
Yes.
Okay.
This
No,
one I've
I
just
wasn't
read.
copied on there, but the agreement was signed, and I think I got a copy back, signed by the parties.
Just in conclusion here on this point, page 784, there is a letter from Tegeta, 10 December 2015,
Yes?
addressed to Mr. Machela Koko, providing the banking details. You see
Yes,
that?
I can see that.
The name of account Tegeta Exploration, the bank is State Bank of India, and the account is given. Now, I was surprised by this, because when I read the underlying agreement, I saw a clause there which says the prepayment will be made to OCM. Do you recall that clause?
The advance payment, yes.
Yes. The agreement expressly said the prepayment will be made to OCM. It says, that is clause 2. Eskom has obtained a mandate from its board of directors to enable Tegeta to pre-purchase coal from OCM for the supply and delivery of coal in accordance with Eskom's approvals framework. Do you have any comment there? I can also read.
No, it says what it says.
Let me also read 6.1. Clause 6.1 says, Eskom will make an advance payment to OCM to pre-purchase future coal supply in terms of existing coal supply agreement. An advance payment to OCM. And they seem to have made a distinction between OCM and Tegeta in their contract.
Tegeta, I think, was purchasing OCM,
Yes,
Optimum Coal Mine. Yeah.
yes. And now the money is going to go to State of Bank of India.
Well, there's also one later for Baroda.
Oh, that's on page 786.
Oh, okay.
Account name Bank of Baroda, but now this one comes from Eric Wood and is addressed to Mr. Anod Singh, and the banking details are different from the one given in the letter addressed to Mr. Koko. So did Eric Wood have anything to do with Tegeta, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no, I don't know. You would have to ask
Mr.
Mr.
Anod?
Koko and Mr. Singh.
Okay. I think that concludes the issue here. Anything you want to say to the chairperson before I move on? I see there was an email from you on page 788 about the condition precedents. 1 and 3 are still open. That means we're not fulfilled.
That was subsequent
Yeah, that is 16 March 2016.
to 16, yes. the approvals had not been obtained to transfer the mining license. And the query was whether the guarantee would be extended, but it lapsed on the 31st of March.
Ms. Daniels, can we quickly deal with the 659 prepayment? I say quickly because we have the facts as related by Dr. Nteta before the chairperson.
I'm smiling because you said quickly.
The submission was made or was drafted over the weekend. You were sent a copy of that on Sunday night, on the 10th of April 2016. We have grappled with the answer to the question, why did that meeting take place, of the BTC by teleconference, take place on the 11th, the night of the 11th of April 2016, when there was a BTC meeting scheduled, there was a prior scheduled BTC meeting for the 13th of April 2016. Your answer?
I was instructed by Mr. Koza to convene the meeting. He was the chairperson of the BTC at the time.
Yeah, and we have asked this question, you would know that the draft submission document already had a date of 11 April 2016 when it came to you. How did that happen?
I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Seleka. It came with the date.
Yeah, the draft submission. Well, then let's do this because I've seen from your affidavit, you say Mr. Zitembe Koza called you on the 11th when you were already at home.
Yes.
Monday, 11 April. What I'm asking you is, the draft document that came to you Sunday evening, that was exchanged over the weekend on Sunday, it already had a date of 11 April 2016 on it for BTC meeting. How did that happen? If Mr. Koza only called you on Monday.
Well, at that stage, we were still preparing it for the 13th. I did not have any expectation that there will be a meeting on the 11th.
Yeah, but it's not answering the question. How did the date of 11 April 2015 get to be inserted on a draft document that was exchanged before Mr. Koza called you, according to your version, and said, let's have a meeting on Monday the 11th?
It came from Ms. Nteta already. And at that stage, we were talking about the content. I actually didn't check the dates, but the assumption was that this was going to the 13th, the meeting of the 13th.
Who had made that assumption?
Well, I did, because she spoke to me on the, I think it was late afternoon of the 8th of April, and asked me how does she get something on the agenda. And I said, please prepare the submission and submit it as quickly as possible because, you know, we have a meeting scheduled for the 13th. And Mr. Koza would be the one that would have to approve late submissions.
Well, you see the 11th, similar to the 9th and the 10th of December 2015, has developments that are taking place parallel to what was happening within Eskom. And that again is the acquisition of OCH. by Oak Bay. So according to the evidence of Mr. Marsden, on the 11th of April 2016, he had been approached by Mr. Hauer and told that Tegeta has a shortfall in the purchase, in respect of the purchase price. And that shortfall was 600 million rand. And he wanted some assistance, either the bank to defer the payment or to give them a bridging loan. The banks refused. By 1500 that day, he gets a message, Mr. Hauer, from Mr. Marsden, that the banks declined their request. Did you know that?
1 second, Mr. Slegger and Ms. Daniels. Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. So did you know those facts?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not know those facts at the time. Those came out later when Mr. Marsden testified at the parliamentary inquiry.
Did you know that Dr. Nteta had been approached by Tegeta, Mr. Ravindranath of Tegeta, firstly with a request to supply coal, which later incorporated a requirement or request for a prepayment?
That is what she spoke to me about over the weekend when we were putting the submission together, yes.
Did you know that? Proceed.
I don't think she specifically mentioned Mr. Nath's name, but she did mention that she had been approached by Tegeta.
She says in the email we see exchange with you, she explicitly says to you that she hasn't dealt with the issue of a prepayment.
No, what that email means is that she hadn't dealt with it in the submission.
Yes, in the submission, but it was only in the resolution. But her evidence is that she had not dealt with a prepayment request before. And so she didn't know what to do with it.
Well, that's where she asked for my assistance.
Oh, so you would have assisted with the prepayment?
With drafting how you put it in the submission, yes.
Yes. You know that she had not been given an offer in writing at that stage, over the weekend, as you were drafting the submission?
No, she did not have anything in writing as she testified, but she was able to speak to me telephonically about what she had discussed with the supplier.
Yeah. Well, the reason I was putting that to you is because I saw in your affidavit saying there should be no confusion about the prepayment because the supplier had put it in writing in the letter dated 8 April 2016.
I was responding to what she had put in her affidavit, Mr. Chairman. But at the time of drafting, she didn't have anything in writing.
And as a matter of fact, she does say in her affidavit that that letter was received only on the 12th of April, and it was backdated to the 8th of April. You would have seen that in her affidavit.
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. Who came up with the motivation for the prepayment, Ms. Daniels?
I don't understand, Mr. Seleka.
who in the submission crafted or drafted, inserted the motivation for the prepayment?
I assisted Ms. Nteta in drafting the motivation for the prepayment.
Yeah, we were considering that motivation in the submission against the reason given by the supplier in their offer letter. The motivation in the submission suggests the reopening of the export component of the mine. You recall that?
Yes, I saw that.
And their offer from the supplier seems to talk about increasing the amount of coal and using the money for the purposes of beneficiation. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
What we wanted to understand is whether the two reasonings, are they the same or different?
I'm not sure because my formulation was based on my conversation with Ms. Nteta, Dr. Nteta, Mr. Chairman. So they should be similar because she was having the conversation with the supplier.
So are you suggesting that she would have given the reasoning for the prepayment to the supplier?
Please repeat that.
Are you suggesting that she would have given to the supplier the reasoning for the motivation, so that the supplier could put it in their offer letter to Eskom?
I'm not sure if I can say that, but based on our conversation, that is what she gave, the information that she gave me. And if it made its way into the letter, then she would have been the conduit between the supplier and Eskom.
Yeah. Did you say anything to Mr. Koza about the request for the meeting, the request made to you to schedule a meeting for the 11th of April, when there was a meeting coming up on the 13th of April, 2016?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Koza, I said to him, well, we have a meeting in 48 hours. I mean, it was less than 48 hours because it was late Monday evening. And he said that the operations team had approached him and that it was urgent.
You would have seen some of the board members who came here, and the affidavit of Mr. Koza saying they were misled by you and Dr. Nteta, and you were colluding with Tegeta. What's your comment on that?
Okay. On the collusion aspect, I think Mr. Koza is wrong. I was assisting my colleagues, and I know it looks problematic, but that's how we dealt with it because they were under pressure from Mr. Koko, and I'm not sure about Mr. Koza, but I know Mr. Koko. In terms of the collusion, my meetings that I testified about with Mr. Issa was about the suspensions, and later it was with the Guptas was about Mr. Malefe's pension matter, and had nothing to do with coal. In fact, I wasn't aware that Dr. Nteta had met with the Guptas regarding the coal issues. So I reject his aversion that we colluded. He was well aware of the reason for the meeting. He was the one who called the meeting. He was the chairman of the BTC. It was his prerogative to have the meeting, not mine.
Okay, will the assumption that the date of the 11th in the draft submission over the weekend could only have come from you be a fair assumption or unfair to you?
I think that's unfair to me. I was not the originator of the document. I had advised Ms. Dr. Nteta that the meeting was going to take place on the 13th. It was a scheduled board tender committee meeting. The officials would have been aware of that.
Dr. Nteta has said that in her affidavit. There was no reason why the BTC couldn't wait until the 13th of April. I think Mr. Koko says something to that effect as well, which means that there was nothing so urgent to make the BTC meet on the 11th of April 2016. What is your comment on that?
These were the responsible officials who would have motivated for the meeting. Mr. Koko signed off as the responsible executive. He bypassed his own subordinate, that is Mr. Mboweni, and signed off on these documents. So he should have been aware, or he ought to have been aware that the meeting was going to, or the urgency. And it also is contrary to what he had said in Parliament about understanding why the meeting was urgent for the 11th. He once again talked about supply issues and demand at Arnott, etc. So I contest that, that he didn't know that the meeting, well, he was the one who motivated for the urgency. If it wasn't so, then he would have to answer for it.
Let's see. Now, the BTC did ultimately have a meeting on the 13th of April 2016. Did you attend that BTC meeting?
Yes, I did.
And we see from the minutes that Mr. Singh tendered an apology to the BTC about what he said were issues he had not disclosed to the BTC regarding going concern of Tegeta's going concern status.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you tell the chairperson a little bit about what those issues were?
Mr. Singh pointed out to the board members, Mr. Chairman, that Tegeta was having issues with the banks. He didn't, I don't recall if he specifically mentioned, but from what was happening at the time, they were facing their bank accounts being closed. I think he also worked out that the surety that he had accepted was not acceptable and that something else needed to be put in place. And then he also did a cash flow analysis based on what was already contracted to Eskom by them.
So Tegeta's bank accounts had been closed?
I think they were in the process of being closed, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure that they were still operating.
Well, it shows that the minute shows that they were closed or frozen.
Oh, frozen. And so that's in the process of being closed then.
But go further about the security, because there were certain things he needed to do prior to the prepayment being made. One of them was to consider whether this was a feasible transaction for Eskom.
Yes, the meeting of the 11th had tasked him with assessing whether this was financially viable for Eskom to enter into. And what he then did was he looked at their status for the next period. I think it was the next 3 to 12 months. And he had put in place a cession of revenue. And he had come back and said that this was not viable and that alternative security would have needed to be found for Tegeta. And this is when the issue of pledge and security in the form of the shares of Tegeta was raised. And he said that that was more acceptable to Eskom.
And you do say that in your affidavit, that by the time the payment was made, what was the position in regard to those pledges and securities?
Those pledges and securities were not in place yet, Mr. Chairman. I had not yet completed the necessary paperwork for that. When the payment was made, it was actually made earlier in the day, based on the evidence of Mr. Snell Naga before the commission. And listening to that and knowing that at the time when that payment was made, the pledge and security agreements were not yet in place. They were signed towards the end of the day because there were issues with the share certificates that were presented to us.
Yes, so you say in your affidavit, Mr. Singfed advised the BTC that Tegeta had been engaged with, and the security now being offered basically constituted a pledge of all Tegeta shares as security for the prepayment. Effectively, Eskom would hold the assets of the company and be the owners of the coal mine and all its resources. There was no mention of a discount at this feedback, neither the economic viability of the transaction. The pledge
sorry.
Yes, proceed.
That is correct. I say that in my affidavit at paragraph 83.
Yes. You also say at 85 the pledge and security agreement was not yet in place.
That's correct.
Did you draw that to the BTC's attention?
When the payment was made, I wasn't aware that it was made on the day. The pledge agreements, I was excused from the BTC meeting of the 13th to go and draft the pledge agreements and put them in place.
So when did you become aware that payment was made?
The timing of the payment, I became aware when Mr. Naga testified as to how that payment was actually made and the time at which it was made. And that made me realize that at the time that I think it was 12 o'clock it was very early in the day, it was not practically possible that it was made against those pledge agreements.
Yeah.
Because I only completed it late afternoon.
Okay, then let me just quickly paint a picture for you, because this agreement is concluded for the pre-purchase prepayment submission made in April 2016, leads to the conclusion of an agreement, a short-term agreement with Tegeta. But by this time, Tegeta had been in short-term agreement with Eskom in respect of Arnott Power Station from January 2016. So they had a short-term agreement in January 2016, and another short-term agreement in February 2016, which was to end in April 2016. Those agreements, Dr. Nteta has confirmed, in respect of those agreements, that Tegeta did not ask for a prepayment. Were you aware of these facts?
Not to that detail, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Were you aware that Tegeta was supplying Eskom with coal at Arnott Power Station?
I wasn't aware of the specific Arnott agreement until the submission. I was aware that they were supplying at Brakfontein.
Oh. Well, then they were supplying at Arnott, and Dr. Nteta has said the supply plan of April 2016 cannot be relied upon as a reason for urgency for this decision. So there's two things. And there was, in fact, also no reason to ask for a prepayment for the extension of the agreement that at the time existed. The only motivation, and I would like to hear your comment on this, as we see it from the evidence, was again Eskom taking a step to financially assist Tegeta in paying what on that day of the 11th was a shortfall by Tegeta to pay off the purchase price in respect of OCH. Your comment on that?
Okay. Firstly, I was surprised by Dr. Nteta's comments at the commission, as she and Mr. Mabalani fielded quite a lot of questions on the 11th as to the urgency and as to the prepayment, and as to why it was required. You will see that in the minutes. Subsequently, I would agree with you, based on what we know now, that this transaction was more to assist Tegeta in acquiring Optimum than the, the facts put before the BTC in the submission that this was an emergency.
Chair, we will show the evidence in due course of that money, how it traveled from Eskom to Tegeta and the Bank of Baroda ultimately. Ms. Daniels, we did touch on the penalties when you were here last time, did you? The 2.1.
I'm not sure, Mr. Seleka. It's been a while.
Yeah, but anyway, what is intriguing about these penalties is that even before Eskom issued a letter of demand in July 2015, CDH, the attorneys for Eskom at the time, say that they had advised Eskom of the challenges in regard to not only the calculation of the penalties and the methodology, but also the evidence to prove the figures that Eskom had calculated in order to arrive at the 2.17 billion rand. They talk about a memo given, at least at the very latest, in March 2015, raising these concerns. But we know that Mr. Koko and Mr. Brian Molefe have said that, and they do in their affidavit, that Eskom was entitled to this 2.17 billion rand. Were you not aware of OCH's concerns in regard to this amount before the letter of demand?
I was not involved in the matter at that time, Mr. Chairman. But what I can tell you from my own experience with the optimum contract is that Eskom actually did not manage that contract very well. And so the calculation of penalties has always been an issue of contention with the supplier from BHP Bulletin days. I was in primary energy at the time, and I did manage some arbitration issues around it. And we always had a problem proving the penalties. It wasn't consistent, so I would not be surprised that there was that memo at that early stage of the game.
So when did you become involved with the claim for penalties?
It was late 2016 when I took over from Mr. Neo Solanko as acting head of legal and compliance.
And you say in your affidavit that your observation was that Mr. Koko shown a keen interest in the matter.
Yes, he did. At that stage, he had just been appointed acting group chief executive. And one of the first things that he said to me is that he'd be happy to settle at around about 500 million in that claim. And I was surprised. I hadn't had the time yet to study all the documentation. I did caution him that we were already in arbitration. And, how did we get from 2.1 billion to 500 million?
Was that your question to him? Or
Yes.
Was that your question to him?
Yes.
And what was the response?
I don't think he gave me a conclusive response. He just said that he would be happy to settle the matter. He wanted it off his desk.
So the matter,
Mr. Slega, we might have to take an adjournment for some time. What is your assessment? I suspect that there are still quite some matters to deal with.
I have the last matter of McKinsey Trillion.
Yeah.
I could take less than 30 minutes with you, Chair.
But the penalties one, aren't there still quite some issues? The opinions from CDH and so on.
Yeah.
What's your assessment?
If she doesn't, well, the tricky part it's not a tricky part, but the distinguishing aspect with Ms. Daniels is that if she didn't know about these opinions given already in 2015, and she comes later, one can go into the details of them with her.
Well, it may well be that we must just make another time available for us to continue with that. Because while we want to analyze the evidence of as many witnesses as possible within a short space of time, we nevertheless want to deal with issues properly still.
Yes.
So maybe we could find time. I think next week I'll be having quite a few evening sessions. Maybe we could look at the possibility of an evening session with her during the week after next.
Yeah.
Which week are you? Which
I mean,
week are you here during that week?
That's the one I mean, the first week of March.
Or
Chairperson.
the first week of March?
Yeah. I could just enlighten the chairperson. I could inform the chairperson in regard to recent correspondence with Mr. Anoj Singh's attorneys. I've seen correspondence from them that they would be available either on the 11th or the 12th of March. For Eskom, the chair had given him a date of the 3rd of March. So that becomes an open slot.
Yeah.
If the chair accommodates him on the 11th or the 12th.
Well, isn't the 11th or 12th somebody else's week, Transnet's week?
I think the date of 11/12 was proposed to him in the letter from Transnet Workstream.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but he therefore can't say, he can't propose to take Transnet's slot and give it to you, isn't it? From what you are saying, it seems that he was saying that he would be available during the Transnet week
Yes.
for Eskom evidence.
I think he was dealing with both Eskom and Transnet at the same time, Chair.
Yes, but they are separate.
They are separate issues. You're
Yeah, so
absolutely wrong.
in regard to your week, he hasn't given anything.
No.
Yeah, well, but he has been told that we don't have time in terms of days, so he has to
I will engage further.
make himself available. But during the week of the 1st of March, that first week of March, you say
Yes.
you will be doing Eskom.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And did we finish Ms. Klein's evidence?
We did, Chair.
We are done with her.
We are done with her. Yeah. We finished by video link.
Why does it?
Why am I not giving a convincing answer?
It's like you are not sure. I'm trying to look at witnesses that we still need to do under Eskom other than Mr. Koko, Mr. Anoj Singh, Mr. Brian Molefe, and Ms. Lynn Brown.
Yeah. Mr. Zwane,
Mr. Zwane,
Mr. Romeo Kumalo,
Romeo Kumalo.
and Mr. Tsotsi has tendered to come back
Yeah,
to deal with all the allegations
yeah,
coming out here against him.
yeah. So we still have quite a few witnesses on Eskom.
Yes.
I think let us, Ms. Daniels,
Yes, sir.
how is your situation? To what extent would you be able to be available at short notice? When I say short notice, like 2 days notice, 3 days notice, generally speaking?
Generally speaking, that will be fine, Mr. Chairman. It's just bearing in mind the time difference.
Yes, no, subject to you being accommodated on the time. 2 days, 3 days notice might well work or be fine for you?
Yes, that will work.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think let's adjourn. And we are going to try and have Ms. Daniels back to finish her evidence. Your estimate is how much time do you need to finish all her evidence and having done justice to the issues, but not too much time?
Yes. Chairperson, if we go into the details of the opinion of CDH, we could take an hour with Ms. Daniels, an hour 30 minutes. Yeah. That's my estimation.
That is for everything.
For everything, the balance of what's remaining here.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay, so there is not a lot that's left. I just assumed it was still. Okay, all right. No, we should find time.
Yes.
Yeah, we should find time. Okay, we will. I think Ms. Daniels will stop here for today, but we'll make arrangements. Mr. Selega thinks that more or less another hour of your evidence might be enough to complete your evidence. So maybe if it takes longer, it might be an hour and a half or so we'll see. But they will be in touch with you to see on what day we could do that. It seems to me, oh, by the way, because of the difference in time, we wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't be able to hear your evidence in the mornings before we start at 10, because you would be fast asleep at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we will make a plan, and then we'll continue and then complete your evidence.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's adjourn then. And I think next week, I think I'll be hearing evidence relating to PRASA. I'm just saying this for the benefit of the public and the media. So I think next week it's PRASA-related evidence. Okay, we will adjourn for the day. Thank you to everybody for sitting until this time and working until this time. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.